Madam President, are you ready for me to call the roll? Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Dolokia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:18 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I will call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We'll move down to our next agenda item, our opening ceremony. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, let me introduce to you the cadet that is going to be leading our pledge this evening. Cadet Staff Simran Carl is the daughter of Shashira Reddy and Jared Carl. Simran is a sophomore at the Leander and Cedar Park High School and serves as a public affairs non-commissioned officer in charge of NCOIC for the AFJROTC. Cadet Carl is an avid participant in many activities, notably in Girl Scouts and CrossFit. After graduation, Cadet Carl aspires to become an Army surgeon. Cadet Carl, did I get that information correct? All right. I want to make sure. Thank you so much for being here this evening, for leading us in our pledge. Would y'all all please stand and join us as Cadet Carl leads us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, board members, we will go to the next highlight of our evening, our recognition. We have a spotlight on learning, talking with our Leander Middle School students here. So without further ado, y'all can come on up. There y'all are back there.
Good evening. I'm Josh Haug. I'm the principal at Leander Middle School. I am so proud of this crew right here. I know they're a little nervous, but also excited.
This mic, we're getting a lot of feedback in Dublin. If it gets worse, we can switch it out real quick if we have to.
Hello, I'm Hasita. I'm an expert witness for the prosecution team. So I'm going to be talking about the planning phase. So I wrote like note cards which helped me learn a lot of new information. And it was also a good opportunity to go in depth on a big issue that we're facing. And a research report, it also gave me like a chance to improve my research and writing skills, and I got to experience like how to organize my information more. So I felt like the planning phase was a bit difficult, challenging, and interesting, and especially having to prove knowingly and willingly aspect of my research. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Torin, and I'm a judge for the mock trial. One of my favorite parts of the entire project was when us judges would teach the witnesses and attorneys all that they would need to know for the mock trial. We would teach them objections, motions, vocabulary, procedures, decorum, and etiquette. And it was both a challenge for us judges and probably for the witnesses and attorneys too, because we would get this information, we would learn it, and immediately teach it to people who've never seen it before. So it was a big learning process for the both of us, but it was also really, really fun for all of us.
Yeah, totally. My name is Lenora, and I'm one of the defense attorneys. I'm one of the lead defense attorneys. And my favorite part of trial was during the actual trial process. It was really stressful going into it, even though we'd prepared for it for so long. And it was really scary at first, because you never know when to call objections or whether you'll be right or whether you're wrong. But eventually you get over it, and it becomes really fun. You get to collaborate with all your team members, and just asking questions and learning new information that you get to use later in court is also really cool. And another aspect of court that I really like is that you never know what's going to happen. So you could feel like you're doing really good, and then someone on the other team could say something, and it can completely change the way the rest of the court is going to go. And I thought that was really interesting and really fun. And overall, I had a really good experience with my team members, and I really hope that other classes enjoy this in the future as well.
Hi, I'm Maya, and I'm the lead prosecution attorney. My favorite part was also the trial process. It is such a great thing. I loved all of the improv, all of the challenges that we had faced. That just makes it so much better. It was almost like a big sigh of relief the moment we stepped into actual court, because we'd been working on this for months and months, and it felt really good to finally present everything that we had been working on.
Hi, my name is Izzy, and I'm another judge, and one of my favorite things about mock trial was definitely when all the judges could get together and put all of their knowledge together when an objection or motion was called. So you put all of your knowledge in to one bowl, and you whisper amongst yourself, and then you hopefully pick the right path, and it's super fun and a lot of good teamwork that comes with it. We would love to keep talking to you about this, but me and Torin have to go find the final verdict between the human race and planet Earth.
Okay, better. I'm Jenny Groh. I am the SSF and also the 7th grade math team lead here at LMS. And we started this game at the beginning of the year as a math game of the month, and it's kind of evolved into its own tradition where now, once a month, we'll get together, we'll have a math game where we take multiple classes and we bring them together in the collaborative space or the cafeteria, or next month we're in the courtyard, y'all just don't know that. But we'll take multiple classrooms and put them together to where they have the same shared experience. So yes, it's about math. Yes, it's about engaging activities. There's a lot of music and hype and a lot of fun that we look forward to. But really our goal was to bring in some different opportunities for people to meet in classes that they normally don't interact with. We're about being inclusive. It's about giving them the same experience, like I said, that we all get to share and talk about. And I'm going to let them talk about it. These kids are from all different teachers and all different classifications of math throughout our 7th grade campus. So, Mia, you want to go first? Tell me.
Hi, I'm Mia Brasso. I'm in PACE Math. And my favorite game of the month has been the Pirates of the Caribbean Breakout because we got to solve equations to take these codes, then we had to open the boxes so we could escape the pirate ship. And every single one of the math classes could participate and everyone got to help. Also, we got candy at the end.
Hi, my name is Lauren Marie Matula. I like to play with my friends in other class. I like to win math games or fun.
Hi, my name's Clay Wright. My favorite math game was probably the card board at Carnival. The reason why is because we got to work as partners and got to pick our own partners. We spent like 3 days on it. We used different supplies. We got to pick any game we wanted to. Whenever it was the last day, we finished it all up. Then the next day, the PACE kids came and were able to play our games, which made it even more fun than what it already was.
My name is Jonah Royal. I'm in PACE Math. And my favorite was also probably the Cardboard Carnival because we got to go and we got to be with kids from the other math classes who we don't normally get to be with. And it's fun getting to be with all the math kids instead of just being confined to your own classroom, instead of, being with other people. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Noah. My favorite math game of the month was the Cardboard Carnival. The main reason why I like the Cardboard Carnival was because the fact that we got to create the game. Instead of being the ones that were playing the game, we were the ones running it. It was also a lot of fun watching as the people came by and had played our games and enjoyed them. And it was also very fun trying to ace a game around probability and trying to find one way for somebody to win.
Hello, my name is Michaela Smart, and what I like about the math game in 7th grade collaborative space was that it was challenging, teamworking with others from other classes. Very fun to do as a group in a school. I love the working and math problem solving. That was so challenging, and I still beat it because I am smart, and I could teach others to be smart too. Thank you for the board meeting invite and math game problems. Michaela Ann Smart.
For all the students who are here presenting, I hope you saw the smiling faces of the board members. And when you go home tonight, I hope you can congratulate yourselves and know you all did an excellent job of representing yourself and your campus. I know after I present sometimes, especially here on the board meeting, go, oh, I wish I had said it this way, or I wish I had done this. Don't second guess yourself. We are all impressed with you. You're phenomenal. Thank y'all for presenting for us this evening. All right, we will move on to the next part of our agenda, our superintendent remarks.
Extremely excited to introduce to you our latest doctor in the house. So if she would stand, well, we might wait for them to clear out a little bit. I present to you Dr. Jennifer Collins.
All right, we'll move on to board member remarks and also committee updates if you have any.
Okay, so I know we have a lot of us that attended a lot of stuff lately, so I'm going to start us off by last week. What day is it? I don't even know. Last week, I was able to attend the TASB conference down in Galveston with Anna and Trish and Dr. Gearing, and our wonderful students that presented, our superintendent's student advisory council, who spoke to a packed room of trustees and other superintendents and teachers, and they just rocked the house. They had the adults in the room eating out of their hand, and I'm so very proud of these students. And to see the number of students that are then going to backfill on that council, and that to know that it is a growing movement of these kids that truly are taking a stake in their own education. So it was just fabulous. One of the other, I know Anna's going to speak to a couple of the things that we did together as well, but one of the things that Dr. Gearing and I were able to attend was how policy affects all of our students. And so that was a really interesting conversation and some enlightening conversations with other trustees from all over Texas. So I appreciate the opportunity to attend, and I will turn it over to someone else that's going to talk about something else they learned.
And we will have later on our agenda too a learning discussion where we can talk back and forth. So this is remarks where we won't be able to interact with each other. It's just whatever statements we have.
That's okay. A couple of updates. I just want to give a shout out. Last weekend, we had a number of robotics teams in the FTC category go to the Central Texas Championships in San Antonio. Vista Ridge High School's Rogue Resistance was part of the Central Texas Winning First Place Alliance. So huge shout out. At the same weekend, FRC Robotics kicked off in Dripping Springs, and Vandergrift Valor, they won first place, undefeated for their first tournament. Next week, there will be a tournament during spring break at Vandergrift in FRC. It is amazing if you want to bring your kids out to watch. These are 100-pound plus robots. The robot match finishes with a 100-plus pound robot grabbing a bar, lifting itself off the ground, and it gets points for doing like a traverse climb. It's actually like doing pull-ups, and you see these like 100 to 200-pound robots like swinging in the air. It is a feat, and it just goes to show you like the things that our students can do with mechanical engineering, AutoCAD, programming, electrical engineering, just all the different pieces that come together to build these fascinating machines.
So last week I visited Camacho Elementary, Baghdad Elementary, and Plain Elementary. And it was another learning opportunity to see the students in action, and there were quite a few memorable things that I saw. Like, for example, at Camacho, going into the early learning side and watching how those kids are eventually going to progress into kindergarten, and the pre-K to kindergarten, and there is already that sharing going on with the teachers that will go on with the teachers in kindergarten who are going to take over. I also learned that it is a national STEM school, but they've had to put that on hold because all the teachers are still trying to get their reading academies done, and until they get that done, they can't do their STEM training. So, and then at Baghdad, we were welcomed with the ballet folklorico dance, so that was highly entertaining. And I had some feedback from all the schools, and I've passed it on to different people in the administration. And Plain Elementary, it was just wonderful seeing the writing that the second graders were doing. It was really just out of this world. I went to tour the Acts of Love building, and just to see the place being prepared for babies that are coming from our students, and also preparing them so that the students can focus on finishing high school. It was just an amazing thing that is going on there. And lastly, over the weekend, I went to Winkley PTA Multicultural Fest, and they had like 2 hours of programming, entertainment by the kids, by outside groups, and while that was going on, there was a lot of food from different countries and the different stalls that you could walk to learn about the countries. So it was really just a very busy but very rewarding and learning week for me.
So I also went to Acts of Love, and I was super excited to see that space. I'm so grateful that Dr. Gearing, had a phone conversation with me 2 years ago, and that we were able to really see that transition and happen to serve our students and our young mamas, and that's a very special group for me. So I'm so excited. And I was super busy also, UIL plays and middle school plays this week and all the things, but my second highlight to Acts of Love this week was at South by Southwest, and not an expected place to do a lot of learning, but we were in a session with DMC from Run DMC, and so just so strange to learn something amazing from a rapper, but he was so powerful, and it was talking about his education, and he went to a private boys Catholic school, yet the Irish priests valued their creativity and their arts and would let them have 15 minutes at the beginning of class to do what inspired them. And so he would sit there for 15 minutes every morning and write his rhymes. And when it was time to paint the cafeteria, they let them go paint the cafeteria and mural it out. And so he had so many powerful comments. I couldn't even write them fast enough. But I love that he said, don't take the creative aspects away from your students. And he would have teachers in the morning that would take his comic book, right? But he was like, the power of that teacher handing it back to him at the end of the day to know he needed that comic book when he went home. It was just so amazing. It was like, oh, so really good, really powerful.
That was a great session. I wanted to go for special education data, surprise, and Alexis dragged me, and it was the most eye-opening, powerful thing. It was great. I'll talk more about my experience in our later session, but speaking of the student experience, we did see our Rouse Raider Nation media was on fire at South by Southwest. If y'all didn't see that, just take a look at Twitter. They took part in the PBS reporting labs there and got to interview Secretary Cardona. That is some powerful stuff for a student in our district to have a one-on-one time with their Secretary of Education. I wish I was there, or maybe not, but but it just, again, it reminded me of those real life experience that we're giving for our students, whether it's robotics, whether, it's our campus visits. These experiences are gonna stay with these students for a lifetime, and I'm so grateful we have a district that is willing to do what it takes to let our students live through their passion. Another thing is RBMS has a new podcast out called The Cougar Cast, came out last week. It's another way our students are thinking outside the box, and I'm sure, I'm excited to go and read that, or listen, not read. And I'm sure on 3/1, March 1st seems forever, but the Long Range Facility Planning Committee met. And guys, I feel like we're on the right path now. We set our parameters of what this district is going to look like, and I'm kind of excited to get to work. We gave admin a lot of documents to bring back to us, and it's gonna be some good, hard discussion, guys. We've got to look forward to. But this committee, I feel like we're on the right path. Some good stuff's about to happen.
So when I attended the Winter Governance Conference, I was able to get a few moments to speak with our State Board of Education member, Member Young, and we were discussing reading academies. And as we were discussing reading academies, she said to be sure and encourage our teachers. So if you're listening, and I've already talked to our teaching and learning department as well, if you're listening, fill out those surveys about your reading academies. This State Board of Education member told me that she was going to be going back and looking at those surveys because there is widespread comments about how long the modules actually take. So if it says 2 hours, if it's taking 4 hours, y'all need to document that in your survey. And I think somebody had a story of a 9-hour module taking several days. So this information is important. I will also be following up through the conversations and seeing how the dialogue progresses. But on your end, teachers, please fill out those surveys. That's really important. Let me see, what else? Oh, and she's also aware, we talked about this too, the higher education. How is our higher education implementing these reading academies? Again, so much conversation at all these conferences and over the weekend, and still with trustees about the pipeline and teacher pipeline. We'll be discussing that too at our CTSBA meeting, March 23rd. We did change the date up. It wasn't last night, it's gonna be March 23rd. That is where we're gonna be meeting with chambers and business leaders and trustees across the Central Texas area to talk about workforce needs. Current workforce needs we have in our classroom, what does it look like in our pipeline, and then what kind of workforce initiatives and things do we need to have in place for our students, because we know our students, the whole point of it is we're going to let them go out there into the community. What are they able to do, and how are they prepared and adequately able to compete out there? It has been a busy time with multiple conferences with TASB Winter Governance and South by Southwest EDU. Of note, there's only one other conference that I see this year maybe on the horizon, the TASB Annual Convention in September. There may be other learning opportunities that will come up, and I know we're all going to be mindful of how we maximize our learning as we continue to be budget conscious. I mean, board members, we will be cutting our budget just like we're going to need to be doing with other district budget as well as we move forward and have the discussion. I'm also thankful, I want to say this, for our scholarships and reduced rates. I appreciate y'all looking for those savings opportunities anytime we can that we're able to access. I have several conference takeaways, and I'll discuss them more in our learning, but through conferences and parent meetings, misinformation out there has been a #1 discussion, as well as communication. How do we communicate? And communication is vital. I also love the overall theming I've been able to pull from both conferences is there's a lot of what we do, but is it being connected to the why, our passion? And if we connect what we do to the why and passion, which is what we saw in all the different conferences where the students were just lighting up and they were excited, it was because they were connecting their what to their why. So I'll also do a huge shout out again for our students at the conferences. As we mentioned, there were students, AV Rouse team was there at South by Southwest who were interviewing keynote speakers, and also at TASB Winter Governance. We had our superintendent student council there talking about their voice and their use in the strategic plan. It was amazing to see our students out there. It was also equally amazing to see all of our teachers out there facilitating. Our life changers are really out there changing lives, y'all, and it's just amazing. Committee update. The board operating committee, since we just finished that big overhaul where we approved our board operating committee, we'll be doing a review of all the changes sometime maybe in late April. And then March 21st, there will be the City of Leander meeting with Dr. Gehring and myself. So if you have any questions you want us to pass on, I think I've already seen one, let us know. And then the Legislative Committee will be meeting tomorrow, and we will have lots to talk about. Speaking of also maximizing training opportunities and more meetings, if you're interested in doing a book study on the governance core, would you let Lou know tonight, and we'll figure out kind of based on entrance what we're going to do. Board members, it has been an active few weeks. I am seeing the Twitter feeds of what's going on in our district and your engagement. Thank you so much for your dedication and engagement. And that concludes my remarks. All right. We'll move on to the next item, citizens' comments. Please note that there are going to be other ways that you can communicate with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We're going to be restricted, though, in ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, Please note, this format is not a conversation. It's not going to be a back and forth discussion. We'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Please remember to direct your comments up here to the board. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes, and it is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time. So I'm now going to call our first speaker, speaker number 1. You'll have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you'll hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. Please remember when that chime sounds to conclude your final word, because the mic will cut out, and press the button on your mic to start speaking, and then press it again to conclude speaking.
Thank you, Superintendent Geary, board members, and the wonderful teachers and staff of Leander ISD. Also, thank you to the police officers who are here today to protect us. Today, I'd like to focus on comments I've heard at the board meeting and seen online regarding the dress code for Leander ISD. I want to thank you and the district for the great decision you've made to abandon restrictive, sexist, and culturally exclusive dress codes. This was a great job by Leander ISD, and we are all thankful. Students are almost all very happy with this. It might seem like a small thing, but because we have abandoned these expectations about what to wear, the school environment is much more inclusive and relaxed. Students who want to express themselves through what they wear can do that. Attending the board meetings has been really eye-opening for me. Some of the adults making public comments here have really exaggerated, claiming that school is all halter tops and booty shorts. If you think about it, the comments are pretty inconsiderate, sexist, and shaming of girls. It's part of a culture that sometimes blames girls for the bad behavior by people who would mistreat and exploit them. It's also not very respectful of boys either. Some think that boys are so weak-minded they can't even think because they will be distracted by a girl's shoulders. This is not true. A new generation is coming. Even though some adults make you wonder if they respect girls or women, many of the boys in LISD are very respectful. They are more respectful than some of the people who make these kinds of comments. Because of your wise decision on the dress codes, this year boys also have a much greater range of choices for what to wear to school. Students are wearing high-quality clothing that makes them feel relaxed in an academic environment that can feel stressful. It's hard to accept, but younger generations choose new styles. We do this because we have our own culture that strives to improve on problems from earlier times. Your decision has actually broken the cycle on students feeling they have to make a fashion statement. This is far better for many students and families whose budgets are stretched. Each generation worries about the next generation. Please don't worry about us. We'll be fine. We understand the difference between a job interview and a quiz or classroom exercise. I agree that parental rights are important, but parental rights end with parents' own kids. I hope that some of these adults will stop trying to control other people's kids. We have very good parents who respect us and see our good character. Our family is very, very thankful LISD has been so supportive of students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing and esteemed members of the Leander ISD Board. My name is Pamela Rombowski, and I'm a parent and homeowner in Larkspur community. I'm speaking tonight to represent Larkspur's Phase 10 and a small section of Phase 8. These families purchased a home with the understanding our students would attend Leander ISD schools. Some of our children are enrolled, and our future students are expecting to attend Larkspur Elementary. We respectfully request annexation into Leander ISD. Before requesting annexation, we presented a request to Liberty Hill ISD to detach per the Texas Education Code. All neighbors asked or willing to sign the petition. The number of household signatures without signatures are either under construction or vacant. We present the following reasons in support of our petition signed by the majority of affected residents. Milestone Builder advertised Leander ISD schools as the only education option. Home appraisals include Leander ISD as the district serving the area. Some households who have been part of Leander ISD for over 10 years We'll have students in both districts, which may have different calendars, policies, expectations, and other negative implications. Changing districts will disrupt various programs and educational support systems tailored to current students, including but not limited to 504 plans, IEPs, sports, band, and other programs. Leander ISD registrars permitted several students across all 3 tiers to register and attend Leander schools. Then these families were notified via phone call that they could not attend these schools beginning this upcoming fall. Larkspur Elementary is a Leander ISD campus within walking distance of these affected homes. When permitted to attend this elementary, our children can have that childhood experience of walking with the same group from kinder through 5th grade. If attending Liberty Hill ISD, students who are in Larkspur's back corner will be bused across 2 highways in lieu of the in-neighborhood school and will have to be ready for pickup at 6:15 a.m. Then the following year, students will be rezoned to another campus outside of our community. We thank you for hearing our presentation and for understanding our family's unfortunate position. In conclusion, we ask that you carefully consider our petition for annexation into Leander ISD for the stated reasons. As homeowners, registered voters, taxpayers, and most importantly, parents, we are working in a respectful way to do what is best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gehring. Saying the auxiliary departments in LISD are the same is like comparing apples to oranges. From arrival to departure, all the auxiliary services play an important role in caring for our students throughout their learning day. However, CNS is the only department that has the complete inability to limit our services to adapt to staffing shortages. Transportation can cut routes. Custodial, they can cut no critical services, but we cannot. Not too long ago, a message was sent out to parents that due to staffing shortages, buses were going to be delayed. Can you imagine what would happen in the schools if the child nutrition department sent out this message one morning? Due to staffing shortages, breakfast and lunch will be delayed. We are making every effort to prepare the meals today for your students. Everyone in the CNS department is working to get the meals ready. Please be patient and flexible as we work to prepare the meals. Picture the chaos in the schools. It doesn't matter if it's early release Wednesday, icy road conditions that everyone in the district is on a 2-hour delay because we're not, unannounced fire drills, Cisco shortages, unexpected deliveries, or whatever the monkey wrench that is thrown into our routines. Our meals must meet our students' demand and be ready on time. Additionally, this year, we have had the unique burden of providing universal free meals, which has more than doubled our meal counts across the district, thereby doubling our workload with half the staff. Unfortunately, the only compensation we received was an abysmal increase before Christmas. As I said at the beginning, comparing CNS to the other auxiliary departments is like comparing apples to oranges. We are unique, our struggles are unique, and we should be considered separately from the other auxiliary departments when considering our pay rates.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 4.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here tonight as a parent with this group as well. One of the 100 homes in Larkspur community that has somehow found ourselves in Liberty Hill ISD. Just like to reiterate a few of their points. I currently have a daughter in 2nd grade. We moved here from Northern Virginia to be part of Leander ISD. We chose that house specifically because this school district is supposed to be one of the best school districts in Texas. When she was in kindergarten, that's when COVID started, so she lost out the final months of kindergarten. 1st grade, she was homeschooled, and then 2nd grade, she's here at a new school. I really don't want to put her into a new school. She's made friends, she's enjoyed her teachers, and when we told her that she may have to change schools next year, I mean, she had a meltdown because, you know, this is her time. You know, this is her time to be a kid, her time to have friends and move with the kids that are in her neighborhood up in, you know, grade level. There's also the fact that she would have to wake up at 5:30, where now she wakes up at 7 and is able to get to school on time after having a full breakfast and brushing her teeth and getting all ready. Now she would have to wake up at 5:30, which is a loss of 2 hours of sleep. And you guys are all educators, you know that kids that aren't running on enough sleep are, you know, their cognitive abilities are decreased, the increased risk of disease and obesity, not to mention type 2 diabetes. There's also just the fact that it's kind of crazy that we would have to drive past the school that we can walk to currently to go to her new school. So I just really would like you guys to pay attention to that petition and take a good look at it, and please allow us to annex into your district that we're currently already registered in. So thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring, board members. I'm speaking in regards to the petition that was presented this evening by residents of the Larkspur community. My name is William Zergis. My wife and I, Kaylee, have lived here in Austin for 12 years. We have three children currently attending Leander ISD. Our daughter, Cadence, attends Glenn High School. She's a member of the volleyball team. Our oldest son, Owen, attends Danielson Middle School and is a member of the Bearcat Band. Our youngest son, Clayton, is a first grader at Larkspur Elementary. We've been a part of Leander for almost 10 years since Cadence has been in kindergarten. We love Leander. We love the teachers, we love the administration, we love the community. In October of 2020, we decided to build a home. Lucky enough, we were able to. We fell in love with Larkspur. Our last residence was in Avery Ranch. Our kids attended Rutledge and Stiles. Rutledge was in our community where we lived. We got to witness our children walk to and from school with their friends and neighbors, build relationships, friendships, and have a sense of community. This was a huge selling point for us in Larkspur. When we bought here, we were told that this was going to be Leander ISD home, and we assumed as much because the Larkspur was within walking distance. This past fall, we transferred our children from Rutledge and Stiles to their new school since we've moved, still in Leander, luckily. There were no issues with there were no issues or halts, or nobody said anything about your address is in Liberty Hill. None of us knew this. We ask that you consider the emotional toll this could have on our family, as we have 3 kids that could be affected by this. And on behalf of our family, we thank you for listening and ask that you please carefully consider our petition and request for annexation into Leander. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 6.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent, for being here tonight and dedicating your time to our district. I really want to take some time to touch on some things that have bothered me from the last meeting. I applaud our district for making a more versatile dress code that doesn't single kids out. I think due to COVID, we have realized how many families there are that are close to homelessness and unstable financially. We have children who are literally homeless and attending our schools. The modification of our dress code has helped all of these children out. If a child is in pajamas and attending class, maybe that's all they have. Maybe that's all that fits them, and their family can't afford to get them new clothes until the next paycheck. Maybe that parent is working multiple jobs and can't accommodate taking them to the clothes closet, as we now have thrift nights due to the need for all of these kids. It is an affluent and privileged comment to make rather than being grateful that kids are showing up. We need to be celebrating that kids are showing up, eager to learn and not being singled out and being pulled out of class, which harms their learning, and also being reprimanded for their attire. I let my kids dress themselves, and they dress for comfort. Yes, appearance does matter. However, it will not be what we are remembered by. What leaves a lasting impression on others is our words and our actions, as that is the true act of who we are as people. That is how we will be remembered, not by what we wore. I'm also deeply troubled at the silence our district has chosen in regards to the letter by Abbott. Mind you, it is not a law, and yet a child was pulled out of class and interrogated at a Leander school. It has been going around as the mother has been speaking out. I'm very troubled that our district isn't doing their part to protect these children against this wild goose chase that, again, isn't a law. Affirming your child is what every loving parent does, and unfortunately, it seems like Leander is not interested in making parents and students feel safe on that front. To all the parents out there worried, the district may not have made a statement, but we are here for you to fight through this. I also want to thank our LASD staff for showing up for our kids every single day, and thank you guys for being here tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 7.
I'd like to say I'm in a happy mood tonight, but it's really hard. The subject matters I'm going to talk about are pretty heavy. LASD financials, what a mess. I seriously don't know how we're going to finish the school year. We're minus $50 million by my estimate currently, and still $2.68 billion in debt. And there's talk of hiring 20 new psychologists for next year when we can't afford 20 extra rolls of toilet paper. The next is illegal surveys. It's a federal law. You can't do it. You're aiding to illicit illegal activity. You can be prosecuted for it. Have all the kids mark the best. Don't hand out the surveys, especially in math and science class. They seem innocent. They are not, even if they're just asking, how are you feeling? And a question I have to ask the district. I went to a State Board of Education meeting on November the 16th, 2021. And I'd like to ask the district to ask our representative board member, Gloria, why she asked the board to approve sex ed books that teach anal sex and lubing to middle school and elementary kids, 8th grade through kindergarten. I don't think a second grader needs to know how to better lube their anus. Gloria, is this what you believe? One of the SBO members later said that she wanted to approve all the books too because she was abused at 9 years old and wanted to help the kids make the experience for them easier. I'm like, wait, by showing all the kids how to lube their anus for anal sex, how does that help them? I think that woman needs help. One of the first signs of the abused is to normalize abuse. And so I asked Gloria, do you need help? Are you in an abusive relationship? Have you been abused?
I think this needs to stop now. This is enough. This is enough. This is enough, Trish. He's calling me out by name, and this is inappropriate.
I tried to talk to you. I tried to talk to you at my neighborhood.
Can we not go back and forth? And can we please remember the rules we have for conducting citizen comments? Please continue remarks.
I tried to talk to the board members. I tried to talk at my at my neighborhood, and one of her representatives said I cannot talk to her, of which I said, well, she works for us, and he said, no, she doesn't work for us. You guys do work for us. I want to know, and if I can't ask her the question, I'd like the community to ask her why she was asking the State Board of Education to approve.
Again, we'll go through this. This is not a back and forth conversation. Please tell us your comments and we will be conducting your testimony. You have 13 more seconds.
I don't think kids should need to know how to lube their anus, period.
All right, thank you.
Trish,
Speaker
can I have a
number-
point of personal privilege, please? Point of personal privilege. When I am at a private event, I will not be harassed by people in our community. If I'm at a private event and somebody wants to come up and threaten or harass me and my family, I won't engage with it. And so this was a private event. It was not a school district event. And I'm not going to be harassed by members of this community or any community at a private event. Second, State Board of Education. I was there testifying not as a Leander ISD school board member, but as a community member asking State Board of Education to pass textbooks.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker, speaker number 9. I will remind the audience, this is not a back and forth. It is not to ask people questions. It is to make your comments. Board members are not able to deliberate or have a lot of discussion on these items because it is posted as a citizen comment time, which means that you get 3 minutes to say your information. And then once that's up, then we will move on to our next speaker. Thank you. We'll have our next speaker, number 9.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I was present at the meeting in Treviso here a few days ago, and I can testify that there was no harassment. Nobody was trying to harass anybody. There were dozens of people there present, and no one saw anybody trying to harass anyone. So I'd just like to clarify that. In fact, that's what I'd like to speak about tonight is the meeting in Treviso that we just had a few days ago. A number of community members in Treviso would like to see, in fact, most of the community members in Treviso would like to see a school built on the property in their neighborhood that's owned by LISD. LISD has a huge property there. There's a lot of space to build an elementary or a middle school, or perhaps a combination of elementary and middle school. And I'd like to support those residents that would like to see a school built in their community. Right now, their children have to be bused or have to be driven quite a few miles away to go to school. And it would be nice for them to have a neighborhood school. So Treviso has around 1,500 homes right now, and when it's fully built out, it'll have about 3,000 homes. And so there's a need there. The district owns the property that's already been set aside for building a school there. When questions were asked, it was interesting that this. I guess you would call it a forum or a meeting that we attended, that the trustees never allowed the community members to ask them any questions until after their presentation, I guess you could call it, was over, and then some community members were able to approach them individually. But for folks to say, we really want to know what the community thinks about bonds, for example, and then to not give the community an opportunity to talk to you about it, it was essentially the same kind of setup there in that meeting, in that neighborhood meeting, as it is right here, right? Where, except that here we can have citizen comments, which gives us a little more freedom than what the folks had there. So I would encourage you to give a listening ear to people and give an opportunity to people to speak to you. If I could summarize in 2 words what was said by the 3 board members who were there in that meeting, the 2 words would be committees and bonds. They were there, the 3 board members, which were Trish, Alexis, and Gloria, were there to promote bonds. That was their whole purpose, and it was clearly visible to everybody at the meeting. And they tried to use committees as an excuse for why the school can't be built. Well, it's up to committees, and it'll be for committees to just talk about it and decide about it. It's not, you don't need to pass the buck. Just decide to build a school in Treviso, please.
All right, speaker number 9, thank you. We will now have speaker number 10 come up.
This is a new teacher letter. I'm a teacher in the district, and no, this is not a recycled letter from a prior board meeting. I would gladly come before this board and speak. However, I'm not interested in having my messages flooded with pornography links, finding dead animals on my porch, or receiving penis paraphernalia in the mail. It is shameful that a teacher in this district cannot appear before this board with grievances for fear of being targeted. The harassment of Jim McKay, a former board member, is an unfortunate example of what will happen to you. Parents and taxpayers in this district need to know that there are trustees on this board that collaborate and socialize with community agitators ready to pounce on anyone who dares to speak up in opposition. I may be deterred from speaking in person this evening, but that does not invalidate the validity of my grievances. I am thankful for those willing to step in and give me a voice. To begin, teachers were sent an email last week from the technology department stating that, quote unquote, due to budget constraints, we are only able to order a limited number of projectors or bulb replacements this year. Projectors are a vital part of every classroom, yet LISD cannot afford to order new ones when needed, or bulbs. LISD cannot afford bulbs? This is insanity, considering the district spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on pornographic below-level literature. It's also insanity that we are paying the new diversity, equity, inclusion director a six-figure salary to ensure that hardworking teachers are, quote-unquote, not being racist. District money would be better spent making sure teachers have what they need, or better yet, paying our dedicated cafeteria professionals what they are worth. Second, week after week, brave parents and taxpayers come before this board to express concern regarding the filth that has infiltrated our language arts classrooms. They are accused of being religious zealots and book burners. They are neither. They continue to speak out because parents in LISD have a right to know that the majority of this board has fought to keep pornographic material that they deem as meaningful literature in the hands of students. Meanwhile, in LISD libraries, Dr. Seuss books are being pulled from the shelves for being controversial. Was this implemented by the board, Dr. Gehring or Becky Calzada, district library coordinator and staunch supporter of and co-founder of the hashtag Freedom Fighter for the Right to Read? I dare to argue that Cat in the Hat or Green Eggs and Ham is in no way as offensive as graphic depictions of gang rape, dildo sex, oral sex, gender confusion, and adult characters raping their children in front of their siblings. It takes a perverse ideology to believe that any of this is okay in schools. Yet Trustee Maurer, Smith, and Lokia promote the hashtag Let Them Read, spearheaded by a highly progressive group of teachers who want your children exposed and desensitized to this type of literature. What's even more ironic is that some parents who support this pornographic material from being removed bring their children to board meetings, and then they complain.
Thank you. Speaker number 11.
What's even more ironic is that some parents who support this pornographic material from being removed bring their children to board meetings and complain that none of the filth should be read out loud in public. Newsflash. Students are being exposed to this and much, much more within the classrooms. The hashtag Let Us Read and Freedom both endorse and promote this ideology. Third, it's time that board meetings get back to full unrestricted access. The Berlin Wall that was erected to separate speakers and audience members needs to come down. We all know why it was installed, and it's for the same reason you now cut off the sound between speakers. It's all about controlling your narrative. This board, like many around the country, are overstepping their authority by controlling what the public can and cannot see or hear during public meetings. Parents and taxpayers are being treated like criminals, and we are fed up with the censorship mentality. You work for us. Yes, you do work for us. Cameras and microphones should be on board members at all times, along with the speaker, throughout the duration of the meeting for unrestricted public access for those who view online. It has been reported that some board members are not attentive to all speakers. I've witnessed that tonight. You are not in these seats to be comfortable and selective. Part of your job is to listen and be attentive. Indifference to any speaker, especially one in opposition to your performance as a trustee or superintendent, only makes you look more inflexible and incompetent. LISD is no longer the destination district it once was. Word has gotten out. Parents are withdrawing their children for reasons this board refuses to accept responsibility for. Teacher morale is at an all-time low. A few orchestrated propaganda videos, such as super school visits by trustees, does not project the real pulse of LISD. Many teachers will not be returning next year. Parents are asking me weekly about alternative options. I've been in LISD long enough to have witnessed what a great school district it used to be. Unfortunately, the woke mentality and direction of this board and superintendent have managed to destroy it all within a very short amount of time. Can we get back to the basic purpose of school? Can we refocus on academic excellence instead of creating social justice warriors? Academics and true critical thinking matter in order to prepare our students for life outside of school. We are not preparing them. Let's remember our role as educators, refocus our goals back to the basics of education, and make LISD a true destination district again. And I'm telling you, I have watched, and it's funny that this teacher pointed out, this is my own words, by the way, that many of you look down at your screens, you start pretending you're typing and doing work, you completely disregard when a speaker stands up here who disagrees with you. That is not your job. Your job is to sit and listen, whether you like what we're saying or not. That's your job. Listen to us, because you might actually not have to do one of the surveys next time.
All right, that was speaker number 11. We have speaker number 12, but I think it looked like speaker 12 came up to speak. So well, let's just make sure we keep this. So speaker 11 is not here, is that correct? Okay. All right, there was no speaker 11. I don't want to miss somebody in our audience. Good. All right, so then speaker 12 is done. We'll move to speaker 13. You're up. Thank y'all. Speaker 13, thank you.
The teacher letter is just one of many that have repeatedly stated that teachers are leaving. You know this as you have the exit numbers for both teachers and students, as well as the reason codes for why they left. It was refreshing to hear the superintendent acknowledge this problem at last school board meeting when revealing the high number of students who have withdrawn from LISD, yet have not left the district. It was mentioned that surveys would be sent to parents of children that have withdrawn their student this year. However, it's a little flawed. First, the base number will naturally be different due to the addition of pre-K 3 and 4-year-olds added to the overall enrollment level. It would be more accurate to compare only K through 12 for both years. Secondly, there are many parents that have yet to receive this survey, even though they fit the criteria established. Additionally, many parents are still getting inconsistent absence notifications for their children despite being withdrawn from LISD. This is a good indicator that perhaps the numbers might be off. What got my attention at the last meeting was the mention of investigating the possibility of getting state funding based on enrollment instead of attendance. While I understand it would financially benefit the district, I can't help but wonder if this is just another way to remove an indicator of community disapproval. As parents, community members, and taxpayers, we have a serious vested interest in our community schools. Attendance and enrollment numbers are one way to reflect the community's approval or disapproval of district performance. If you manipulate the numbers just so you can get more funding for students that are not in the classroom, you have negated the community's ability to accurately reflect the satisfaction or dissatisfaction of the way you're running our schools. It is a financial way to manipulate numbers for funding, which in my opinion lacks integrity. That's not the Leander way. I truly appreciate the district's acknowledgement of both the attendance and enrollment numbers dropping despite the additional 1,900 kids. Both teachers and parents have been saying for over a year and a half, and staff that they're leaving due to the issues of curriculum and the culture in LISD. This should be no surprise. Now that you're seeing the numbers, can we have some real discussions and real change in LISD? If we are to be one LISD, can we at least be honest about the graphic and sexual content that has flooded our schools, the hyper-focus on classifying people into groups, the decline in skills such as reading, writing, and math? These are the reasons why students and teachers are leaving. Prioritizing the district's need for a positive public perception over the educational needs of our students is destroying our children's education and our community. I encourage the board and district to exercise a little humility and use this information in a positive way. Let's stop the divisiveness and work together to focus on getting LISD back to basics and arm our students with usable skills that prepare them for life after LISD. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 14. No, we don't have a 13 was Trista. She just came up. And then we had Tristan. We have Tristan and Trista. The next speaker we had, I'll give you the order. Mike spoke, Stephen spoke, Ashley was not here, Tristan, Trista, and now John. Speaker number 14 is next. If you have any questions, though, you can get with our John Graham right there and see where your name should be. Audience, you can talk to John. Speaker 14 is up. John is up right now. Audience, we ask you to sign up and do the names for a reason, and so if there needs to be a change, just please let them know, and if your name's not on here, then we can't call you up. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and have speaker number 14, John.
Thank you to the board members, to the superintendent, to the staff and teachers of Leander ISD, and to the police officer who's here. Really, really appreciate all of that, especially having to put up with what you've had to put up with tonight. I kind of want to talk a little bit about upstander behavior and about the general lawlessness and lack of respect we've seen in board meetings and outside. Give you some examples, because people really need to know this, and they need to know that kids are listening to the board meeting, and some are in attendance, and some people really don't care. And when I see someone get attacked the way that happened earlier tonight, and that went on for minutes, and the Texas disorderly conduct laws were not applied to that, even though they very clearly apply, and there was no affirmative upstander behavior. I'm sorry, from the person running the meeting, I know you really try. It's a lot to ask, but upstander behavior is needed in that kind of situation. So what I'm going to do is just kind of give you some examples of some things that have been said publicly that exemplify the kind of general lawlessness and lack of actual prosecution of crimes that occur in the room or outside the room. Somebody said, "This is getting out of control. Shoot them on the spot. They're rabid animals." Another one, "I don't just carry my gun in my car anymore. I got more, just saying." This is a Leander resident we're talking about. Another said, "She's there the same night, every night. Apparently, got to get a bunch of us together and get her out of Wilco. Count me in." Those are examples. Police officers of Leander have agreed that those are crimes, and there have been no arrests or anything else like that. There's an intergovernmental issue here. When that kind of thing surfaces in board meetings, in the context of schools, when board members are threatened, when staff members are threatened, when teachers are threatened, when parents are threatened, how are kids supposed to feel about that, particularly when those threats are racially motivated or motivated against LGBTQ people? It's bad. When some of you take funding from people who believe in things like white genocide theory or believe that gay people are bad or things like that, and then you then appoint people who have written sermons, published sermons, that talk about the need to kill LGBTQ people, to LISD committees that then do things like make book selections or health policy or things like that. That's a problem. You've got banned books that really talk about things like the Tulsa Massacre. Obviously, there are some small number of teachers in Leander who really are racist, and our family has that experience. And we should not platform these people, and we should look at the general lawlessness, the lack of respect, and try to do what you can about it and be affirmative and upstanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 14. Speaker number 15.
First of all, thank you so much to the board for being here and listening to all the comments. First, I'd like to thank my school's PTA and all the PTAs for helping teachers with continuous improvement opportunities and and just doing everything that they can for teachers and staff. But I do have to address some misinformation, but I am going to follow the rules and not name names. The man addressing Gloria has harassed many of us here, so I wanted to put that out there. The other man who spoke of wanting the Treviso school to be built was adamant for people to vote against the bond, knowing what the outcome would be. But I came here to talk about two things. One, I know that there has to be some cuts in employees, but I want you to really consider raising our pay scale for teachers. We work endless hours, and I know that there are many teachers out there who can't even come here because they are working second jobs, and that goes with the housing, the price of living. So I wanted to put that out there. The second is to please show your trans students that you stand with them and protect them while the government is attacking our kids. Make a statement, say it loud. I am going to be there for them, but they need to hear it from everyone because they are being called out already. But other than that, please continue to listen, care for your teachers and students, because without us, there is no Leander ISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 16.
Yeah, hi. So I thought I was going to have 90 seconds, but I get 3 minutes. So I'm going to do something that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with, and that is to ad lib. And I hope I don't ad lib the wrong way. I think I'm the oldest person in the room. This whole thing kind of affects me emotionally because I remember a long, long time ago, and I've heard from my parents and my grandparents how it was, and it just grieves me in my heart, all these things that are going on. And I used to be a liberal Democrat. I had a complete change in my life, became a Christian, and I gradually ended up holding views that are closer to being what's called conservative Republican, but I still sort of think of myself in the middle. So I'm going to quote a Bible verse that I think everybody will agree with. In fact, I like to find things that everybody's going to agree with. So this is what Paul the Apostle said: "If it be possible, as much as lies within you, live peaceably with all men." I think there was a guy years ago, Rodney King, if I'm not mistaken, he said, "Can't we just get along?" And the good thing is that we live in a democracy. And in a democracy, we can vote. And so I'm hoping that our whole nation holds together, and if nothing else, we can vote and express ourselves that way so that the whole nation doesn't just fall apart. My text now. This is starting out in sort of a general sense, and then it's going to be going more to you guys. And I bear you no animosity. When you think of education, what is it that you think of first? Math, reading, science? What is the purpose of education? Possibly to have a workforce that's capable of being trained, literate. Among those foundations is executive functions. Executive functions involve the ability to perform everyday skills and tasks make wise, positive decisions in order to learn how to make responsible choices in life and lifelong learning. This is from the Harvard University website. Executive functions are self-regulatory, high-ordered, and cognitive processing that are goal-driven behaviors or thoughts pertaining to complex problems or novel circumstances. These skills are the mental processes that enable us to plan, focus, attention, remember instructions, juggle multiple tasks successfully. Think of air traffic controllers. Not gonna make it. We have a few questions since this was presented to you last year. Why is incorporating traumatic elements into the curriculum supplements library book purchases important to the district? Why are gang rapes, cannibalism, pedophilia, violence, and destructive young teenage sex so important to the academic culture of LISD? Purchasing the book bundles labeled as social bundles was brought first in middle schools, then followed by high schools. It was described as a mistake, yet you told teachers to display them anyway.
All right, speaker number 7. Thank you. Speaker number 16. Speaker number 17.
Good evening, everyone. Purchasing the book bundles labeled as social bundles was bought first in middle schools, then followed by high schools. It was described as a mistake, yet you told teachers to display them anyway. Also, why was the dress code changed with the expectation that teachers cannot redirect students unless they have a nipple not covered? They said they also could see students' anatomy when they bent over. In a world in which people want kids protected from sex trafficking and predators, why would you put in place policies so apt to lead to grooming, sexual abuse, and victimization? More on executive functioning. Executive functioning studies such as Diamond, Barnett, Thomas, and Monroe indicates that executive functioning skills are strongly related to math, reading, and IQ scores. Their study included 147 preschool children. The children were studied under two groups. One group had 2 years of executive functioning training curriculum, TOOL, that aids managing memory and attention. The other group of preschoolers had district's version of balanced library curriculum, DBL, that does not focus on executive functioning, but the rest of the curriculum is the same content. The children were administered memory tests and inhibition tests. Results showed preschoolers with the TOOL curriculum did significantly better than the DBL group. Working memory and inhibition control directly relates to better reading and math skills, according to Diamond et al. 2007 and Harvard Ed. So, instead of focusing as a district on skills that improve and have a direct relationship to higher reading and math skills, we've focused the solution that lowers the curriculum standards as best practices. A few weeks ago, there was a book in the hands of a middle school student that encouraged readers to go to a porn shop to discuss with people there about sex. So why is this so important to the school district? Instead of focusing on building executive functioning skills? Why the focus on social bundles, social emotional learning, and sex education through literature?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 18.
I do think it's disrespectful when you don't look up when there's a new speaker. I do think you need to put your laptops down. It's unfortunate. The CDC statistics on abuse and violence in the United States are sobering. 1 in 4 women has experienced domestic violence. In addition, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men have experienced rape at some point in their lives. 12% of these women and 30% of these men were younger than 10. They were raped. Harvard Health. Yet, LIC has kept gang rape books on the shelves. That's approximately 504 girls and approximately 89 boys in a district that you potentially are exposing to additional triggers. Furthermore, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, prolonged exposure to violence increases agreement with the idea that violence is an acceptable way of solving problems. Ongoing or even periodic and accidental exposure to sexual and violent content is empirically proven to have a desensitizing impact on both children and adults. The more we watch it, the less concerned we are about it, and the greater the potential impact on us, on our children, and our society. We may not become violent or sexual, but our behavior and our responses are impacted by what we have seen. Empathy is reduced. Objectification is increased. Morality erodes. Institute for Family Studies. So why would a school district continue, once discovered, to expose learners to topics that could cause the above to happen? How does a controversial, traumatic, or sexual topics aid in a future job development? We know families are no longer seeking this district as a safe, high-quality education. They have chosen homeschooling and alternative learning opportunities. Some are in the district still, but on a waiting list. That includes myself with my youngest child. I received a phone call today from Founders. We will see what happens.
Thank you. Speaker number 18, speaker number 19.
Hi. Thank you for being here this evening. We appreciate your time and your work and your late nights. At the last meeting, I spoke about acceptance and understanding for LGBTQ+ youth. As you know, Abbott and Paxton both set forth non-binding opinions on trans youth and the so-called child abuse that constitutes their therapy. Last week, I found out that a former student of mine was pulled out of class and questioned by CPS. CPS also came to their house and questioned their family, including a family member with autism. This is extremely traumatizing for that child and their family. This is in Leander at one of our schools, supposedly outed by a Leander teacher. Not sure, and I'm curious, what kind of teacher does that? Teachers are here to teach, yes, and we do an awful lot of that, but we're also here to care for our kids, to give them the love and respect that they need and deserve, not to cause unnecessary anxiety and fear. A teacher who truly cares for their kids would not have done this. As a GSA sponsor, I have to be sure that my students are safe and protected. I also want to make sure they feel valued and loved. And you know what I had to do at our last meeting? I had to calm their fears about CPS coming to question them, coming to pull them out of class. They see this as a very real possibility, and they're scared. They're very scared. These are middle schoolers. They all have several teachers they don't consider safe, and they worry, what if this teacher outs me to my family? We know this is not healthy. Not all families are supportive. They worry for the families who are supportive because what if CPS takes them away from a loving home and places them in an already overwhelmed foster care system? What if they are in trouble with the law? And it's not just the trans kids that are worried. They see this happening to the trans community and they worry, what's next? What happens if the governor and CPS decide to go after other kids in the LGBTQ+ community? What will the stance be then? We need our district to take a stand and let the community know we support them in their right to the freedom to be their most authentic selves. It seems like some teachers need to know this is not child abuse and what the directives from Leander are. We love and support each and every one of our kids because of who they are, and we need to show it. Round Rock and Austin have both made statements. Where are we?
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 20.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring, board members. I'm here tonight to speak to you specifically about one of the agenda items, item 8B3, where there's going to be a presentation about the new DEI department. I want to offer you some comments and some input for you to consider as you go forward and get ready to discuss that item. I want to talk about a couple of items on the slides that were provided in the packet, where the office, the new organization, provides their mission statement, which reads as follows. It is committed to working with both internal and external stakeholders to provide equitable educational access and opportunity for every student every day. Now, just a few slides later, when the presenter talks about the goals of the organization, states this: DEI goals. Each campus department will be asked to establish 2 goals related to the following areas: student outcomes and educator cultural competency. When I read this, I think that this is really, ladies and gentlemen, at the epicenter of a lot of our conflict here. It's about the books, it's about the mass, the control, it's really an issue of control. Who's got control? The initial mission statement is a good statement. We want to provide equal opportunity, but the goal, we want to have equal outcome. Equal outcome is not equity. In order to attain equal outcome, some have to be taken away, some have to be given for free. That's not equity. That's tyranny. That is the epicenter of what we're really coming here for the last 2 years to discuss: who has control, who is in control, who owns, or who's responsible for our children. I've mentioned this often in my presentations, but it really comes back to this document, the Constitution, the document that each of us who were elected swore an oath to defend. Who's in control? Who makes the decisions? The people do. It's not my intention, not most of our intentions, to try to force our desires on anyone. But yet, it happens all the time. We think you need to read this book. We think that's not what we want to do. All we want to say is, we don't agree with that for our children. Do what you want. If you want to have asparagus for dinner, by all means, do not demand that I eat asparagus. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Speaker. Board members, just when I thought we had covered every example, what to be cautious and aware of in citizen comments, I've asked leadership and officials to help prepare as we move forward in citizen comments, and to do so in a respectful manner with our community and with each other. I'm well aware of the high threshold for what it means to interfere with the operating of a meeting, but when we have such an egregious situation happen in citizen comments that invokes a personal privilege from a trustee, you can rest assured I will be following up after this meeting with officials and leadership. With that, we'll close citizen comments, board member remarks, all of the up part of our agenda. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll move on to the rest of our agenda. All right, board members, it is 7:58. We are back from our break and into open session, and we will be taking up our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to allow LISD administration to seek waivers from TEA to request that remote homebound be provided to 10 students and counted for homebound funding purposes, and to count these students as in attendance when remote instruction is provided.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. As several have mentioned, we attended TASB Winter Governance Conference last week, and we took down 10 of our Superintendent Student Advisory Council students, and they made a presentation on Friday. And I'm going to take a little bit of time to point these kids out to you because I want you to remember who they are. So in that top left corner, we have Olivia from New Hope High School, our 7th high school. We have Nathan from Rouse High School, kind of bending down, second there. We have Sarah from Vandergrift High School. I want you to take special note of Alice from Glen High School. She's the one with the mask. No, in front of the one with the mask. So remember Alice, and you'll see why in a little bit. Then we have Dale. He's special. David Dale, excuse me. David. He attends both Leander High School and Vista Ridge High School on alternate days because he's chosen programs that allow him to do that. Hillary is at the back with a mask from Vandergrift High School. Hillary's in the chair in front. Hillary's in front, yeah. No, that's Hannah. That's Hannah. Hillary's at the back with a mask. Sorry, I'm going, kids.
We're going to let him use the notes.
So Hillary, the night before the kids were preparing, and let me tell you, Hillary is a force to be reckoned with. She takes charge and she corrals all these kids like a teacher. It's fascinating to watch. Just does a fabulous job with them. Incredible. And we have Sydney from Rouse High School, and Sydney has really blossomed over the last 2 years that she's been in Superintendent Student Advisory Council. Hannah in the front, also from Glen High School. Callie at the back next to me from Vista Ridge High School, and then Ramya on the right-hand side from Vista Ridge High School. These are incredible kids. It's fun to watch. Remember, the Superintendent Student Advisory Council is split into seniors and juniors. The seniors are the leadership team, and they run the show. It's incredible. They set the agenda for the meetings. They run the meetings. They turn to us sometimes to tell us to butt out and be quiet. But other than that, they do everything themselves. They really do an incredible job. I want to point out that we have 3 board members down there at the conference as well, supporting our kids in an incredible way. Of course, Trish Bodie, our board president, Anna Smith, and Christine Mauer. You can see them all in there. On the back, you'll see Dr. Clay Courier, the infamous bus driver now, because he had quite an eventful trip down. We learned some defensive driving lessons on the way down, and then an incredible job troubleshooting when, after they stopped for a meal, the bus wouldn't start again on the way back. And so he did an incredible job supporting those kids throughout the trip. He is, of course, I'm going to get his title wrong now, the director of, Krista, help me. Yeah, he's the principal at New Hope, but the director of innovative learning programs, pathways. Well, that's complicated. We'll talk about that later. April Chavette is in the back, and you're going to hear from April in a little bit tonight. And April is our continuous improvement guru who has really set these kids on their path to continuous improvement. What's fascinating is watching how quickly and easily these kids learn tools and then apply them in their committee work and in their work on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. Our very own Dr. Sarah Martinez, who does a phenomenal job of allowing the kids to facilitate all of the learning that they're doing. And of course, our Dr. Sarah Grissom, who did a great job of supporting all of us throughout this process. And that's just the introduction slide. So here we go. We'll go a little faster after this. This is the Williamson County case data for COVID. As you can see, our numbers are way back down under 5, which they were in the peak of the Omicron virus. They were over 200. And so you can see that far exceeded the peak that happened, the last peak that happened, and now we're back down right at the bottom of that curve. For some reason, Williamson County took the Travis County data off. I'm not quite sure what that's about, if they're going to put it back or not, but we pulled the Travis County data as well, and that's in a very similar spot. It's just fascinating to watch the rise and fall of the case data over time. Our school district data is also way down, and we continue to monitor that carefully, and you'll start to hear about some changes that we're making to how we manage our COVID protocols. The protocols themselves are not going to change, but you'll see a slightly different way of us implementing how we manage those protocols in real time. Enrollment continues to steadily increase across the district, and as we talked about last week, this is the overall enrollment that's increasing, and so we'll continue to watch that as we go throughout the spring. Attendance looks a little different this time. We wanted to focus on the last several days in the district. You can see that attendance numbers have started to get back to more normal levels, but we're still not back at the rate that we usually see at this time of the year, which is usually around 96% of attendance. We're still hovering around that 93, 94 mark. That 224 day, the 89, was the day that we came to school when lots of other schools were closed around us because of the weather. And so that's a very normal occurrence for that attendance to be lower on those kind of days. So also down at the Winter Governance Conference, our school board members did an incredible job of sharing the story of our strategic planning process and what we've done with that. And so we had lots of good questions from trustees from around the state as they shared the story of how we got from core beliefs all the way to strategic plan. And I think Anna has her copy. She carries it everywhere she goes now. So super fun. This was our students actually in their presentation. It was really incredible to see 16, 17, and 18-year-olds control a room full of adults. The energy in that room was probably the highest that I've seen in this type of conference setting. The way that the students engaged with the audience and then kept bringing them back and getting them to really reflect on the learning that they were doing was really fun to watch. Incredible. This past week, we've been at South by Southwest EDU here in the Austin Convention Center. We had 2 teams presenting at that conference. A much more conversational style of presentation happens at South by Southwest EDU, more panel-like, and was really great to see our teams sharing the really great things that are going on in Leander ISD. This was a completely impromptu moment. I happened to be at the AT&T Conference Center on Thursday night. No, I lie. Wednesday night. This was last night. And this was at UT's Business School Honors Program, the Canfield Honors Program Admitted Students event, and just happened to run into 5 Leander students who've all been admitted to the Canfield Business Honors Program at UT. It's difficult to get into UT, first of all. It's difficult to get into Macomb's Business School, second of all. It's almost impossible to get into Canfield Business Honors. They accept 240 kids, and then they bring a yield of about 120 of those kids that will actually accept. The reason that their yield is only about 50% is because the caliber of kids who are getting accepted into BHP at UT are the caliber of kids who are getting accepted to Ivy Leagues around the nation. And so they know that they're competing with really, really top-notch universities around the nation. So We have 2 Vista Ridge High School kids on the left, and then a Cedar Park High School kid, and then just me. And we have a Rouse High School kid, and there's Alice. Do you remember I mentioned Alice before? I was so happy to see Alice. She's doing such a great job. And this Wednesday night, we had our Leander Lasers basketball performance. Just incredible to watch the diversity of what's happening across our district to serve the needs of each and every individual student in our system. The joy, the happiness, the absolute enthusiasm and energy that comes from these kinds of events is what keeps us coming back every single day. So with that, Madam President, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions? Dr. Gehring, you've been here, what, almost just over a year? I'm losing track of time with COVID. 2 years,
It'll be 3 years in September, Madam President.
It will be 3 years. And when you first got here, it was right before COVID, and you kind of set this vision of what you wanted to do. And I'm just telling you, we were wowed by what that was. And now we're seeing some of these things come up, and it's like, yes, this is it. I don't think we have it yet system-wide like we want it. I think that's, what the board is still working for, the district. You're still leading the vision. But these updates and reports to see learning and to see our kids out there, that's student outcome. That's data. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, number one, for bringing me to the district. This has been an incredible journey for me. I'm having the time of my life. This is the work that I'm passionate about and that I love to do because it really meets the needs of our students. And we have incredible faculty who's working under the leadership of a governance team that cares about kids and loves kids, and that's what we're about.
I just have one more thing to add. Just something to add. I know it's going to come up later at some point. I don't know if it's today or another time, but just a shout out to the Cedar Park High School girls basketball team. 62 game winning streak and 2-time back-to-back state championship.
Excellent point. All right, we will close that agenda item and move on to our discussion items. Student experience, Learning Unleashed update. I believe we've seen this presenter before, just a few days ago.
You didn't see me as a presenter, you saw the awesome kids. I just get to stand in the background and cheer on them. And ride on a bus and troubleshoot some fun things. Good evening. It's great to be here with you, and we are really excited about the opportunity to highlight and celebrate some of the work that is happening in our instruction and professional learning team in partnership with our teaching and learning department. I feel like there's an echo. A little closer. Okay. You're probably wondering why a staff newsletter is in your student experience section of your agenda. I just want to take a second to connect the idea of professional learning leading to student outcomes and the impact of professional learning impacting the knowledge, skills, and dispositions of our teachers to then impact their practice in the classroom and to support the student outcomes. And so while a newsletter is one small piece of that, we do want to go ahead and highlight some of the work that is happening there. So this is a monthly newsletter that's published the first Wednesday of every month just via email. It's built in the S'more platform and just shows up in staff's inbox magically. And they're built around timely topics for what might be going on at the moment and really designed to help support what's going on as well as build some support and connect to a constancy of purpose around the district vision and guiding philosophy and guiding documents. This month in particular, our campus leaders were engaged in some work with student level data at their instructional leadership meeting, and so we followed that next month with our March Learning Unleashed around student ownership of learning and tools to support data analysis, goal setting, reflection, was the theme around that newsletter. And so we were able to point out the reason and the why and some resources to help our staff learn about that, as well as point to things in their written curriculum and in their instructional materials to support that effort. So in the past, this newsletter actually started way back in 2019 when we revised that guy right there, the learning model. And we didn't want like a big convocation reveal and just to let it drop, and then it never really, it just sits there as a poster on the wall, right? We wanted an opportunity to continue to highlight and build capacity and understanding around the different components of the learning model, and build that common language and supporting resources that make it an actual enactable thing instead of just some words on a page. And so that's where the Learning Unleashed newsletter started, just as an opportunity to continue that engagement around that work. Most recently this year, we've been focusing on the graduate profile and highlighting different attributes of the graduate profile and putting tools into the hands of our staff to then impact our student experience. Cool. Questions?
Thank you for keeping us updated. I also love to be able to see like that thread that's streaming through. We're talking about students owning their own learning, how that helps the educational experience, and we see that in professional development and in these newsletters. So thank you for bringing that to our attention and a highlight.
Absolutely, happy to do so.
And thank you for being a life changer for our students by helping them out up there at the conference. You just facilitated and they just took it and ran, didn't they?
They absolutely did. I loved watching them impact outside of our district and really start impacting at the state level. It was a beautiful thing.
Tremendous. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and close that agenda item. We'll move on to governance. Conference learning update. All right. So board members, this might be a bit messy because we haven't done it this way before. But I've heard from board members that when we go to these conferences, we're like, oh, how can we share with each other? And as we know, you can go to the educational conference and you can be a group over there, or you can have 4 or more people, but how do you really want to deliberate and discuss what it means in your district? That we need to do here. And so this gives us that opportunity to just kind of talk about it with each other and to share with other board members who didn't attend. And I thought I would share a couple of the vocabulary words I heard at the conference and get y'all's thoughts on those words or those concepts. And it's okay if you don't have any thoughts on them. You can just go to yours. Again, I'm just going to throw it out there. We're going to try it. One of the things I heard was learning lag versus learning loss. And the concept of learning loss being deficit language. It's, in other words, trying to put our kids, it makes them feel like they're always behind, teachers are always behind, it adds to a stress level. Whereas learning lag provides actually a better opportunity and environment for our kids to understand the complexities of what might have been unfinished and how they can move forward. Another word I heard was social capital for our students, that it's not just about what you know, but who you know and who knows you. And what I thought was so interesting is we saw that at some of the events where we saw our students interviewing people, we saw them presenting, they're going on to championships, and so that social capital for students I thought is really in our strategic plan. And the other word that I thought was really interesting was, kind of how they explained it was cultural, where is it? Culturally responsive teaching. Victor Rios discussed this at Winter Governance, and what he was talking about was he was like, he kept being told, oh, well, you can get a degree and you can go away to college, and oh, then you can live away from your family. And he said, I had like a familial type thing. Like my culture was you wanted to be with your family, not get away from them. And he said when they said things like that to me, I was like, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be with that. I don't want to go to college away. So being our culturally responsive teaching, and I bet you we're going to have a presentation on here. We'll probably explain this better anyway. But I just heard that theming of knowing who your student is and what do they need to help them get access and be successful. Another part of the conference was talking about, for them, when they hear the word culturally responsive teaching practices, for them it means content that should be meaningful and relevant to students. And I thought that is so impactful too, because we're talking about each and every student. And one of the things we look at on our climate survey is, do students see that teaching is relevant and meaningful to them? So I found all those new words, and they're words we've already heard, but kind of hearing them in these different environments and in different uses kind of sparked up a little bit of my connecting the dots that was going on. So does anybody else have any thoughts on that, or any other new vocabulary words they heard?
Not really thoughts on that. I do like that learning lag versus, I think a lot of the sessions I went to had to do with post-COVID, and even though we're not post-COVID, but I guess it was called beyond COVID. And, how do we foster student growth? How do we take care of our students? And one of the ones that really stuck out with me, that it was beyond COVID, what do we do for our students now? And they started off by saying, our teachers can't take care of our students until we take care of our teachers. And that our teachers need to make we need to make sure that we're supporting our teachers, because this is a hard time for everyone. Some of the sessions that I know I saw a lot of my trustees at, interesting, especially given this evening, when culture wars come to your school, students speaking, merging the partisan divide, educators are demoralized, what's the way forward, the art of gathering. And one of the ones of art of gathering, it was one of the big presentations, and it talked about just us coming together, and that schools are the place of gathering. It's not just during school, but it's football games, it's PTA meetings, this is where we gather a lot of time and agreeing on behaviors or norms. And one of the things that I kept hearing through all of these sessions, as people were talking about what's happening in schools post-COVID and student behavior problems, and they talked about norms that we want to model for our students and the way we treat people. And when we look at things that are happening in our classrooms, we look at what happens in this board meeting, and can anyone be surprised that this is the way adults are behaving? And all of these sessions where we need to show our educators respect, and we need to show each other respect and model behavior for our students, because that's going to come back into our classroom in every way. It's going to come back to those PTA meetings. It's going to come back to us at football games and at band tournaments. And I love that today, LMS, our students were talking about this, these mock trials. One of the sessions we saw that students led was called Merging the Partisan Divide. And they talked about the importance of practicing civil discourse, and then really wanting opportunities to do that in middle school and high school, because it's important. And they said they start with things that weren't really important, like, do you like chocolate ice cream? Do you like vanilla ice cream? And then from there, they could, progress onto other things and dig in. But to be able to, fight for that chocolate ice cream like you mean it, and still respect somebody for liking, a mint ice cream. And it's like, oh, mint. But, I thought it was really neat to hear those students talk about how important that was, and then to come back here and see our students talking about the very same thing. So many good sessions. I'll let my Board of Trustees, my colleagues, talk about some of the others. I saw everyone. I know we went to a lot of sessions together, and then we were like, oh, there's 10 good sessions right now. See you later. So I'm excited to kind of hear which are the other ones everyone else went to.
I am. I also want to point out that JSA program that we saw. I was thinking about, we do have different programs like that, right? And those students were talking about how when you talk about controversial topics and you're doing it in that kind of that debate or government type format where you have to look at both sides and then you look for common ground. It was just exhilarating to hear these students see like there's a way to have, you know, this discourse about things where we don't agree on and how we can keep moving the ball forward. I mean, these were students at juniors, seniors, and the level of understanding and comprehension they did of debate, discussion, controversial topics, and the way they handled themselves and conducted some of these hard topics and how they talked about their experiences was really neat to watch.
And to follow up on both of those comments, I heard a lot of conversation about belonging and how we create that culture of belonging inside our systems, and how belonging cues are so important in our interactions. And so you talked about, you know, it's not so much what we do, because we do so many different things, but it's how we treat each other inside those activities that becomes really important. And I heard that emphasized in a lot of different places.
One thing that I wanted to comment on was the session that I went to on how policy affects our transgender community and our LGBTQ students, and how, just to kind of piggyback on what you just said, is how we treat each other and how kids just want to be seen and heard and acknowledged for who they are. It's not about who they love, it's who they are as a person. And so that really kind of stuck with me. That was a really, really good session, and it was presented by a gentleman from the ACLU, so it was really, really good information about policy and how our policies affect all of our students. And so I was really enlightened by that and energized by it, I think is a good way to put it, because I think that we need to make sure that we're here for all of our kids, no matter what. The other one that I attended was the Bond Successes and Failures, which was a really interesting, it was a packed house. We had some really good, I took some interesting notes on this one. It was basically Clarksville ISD was the presenter, and Dr. Kermit Ward, they passed their very first bond ever. They'd never passed a bond before. So it was really interesting to hear it from his perspective and kind of what they went about, and they were commenting on how all the stakeholders need to come to the table, and basically that, the architect should be involved and the project manager should be involved and all of this other stuff. And I was thinking, all these ideas floating around my head, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm excited about this. They were talking about how getting the student voice, right? This whole conference was about student voice, and how do we get the students to state what do they need and what do they see their facilities, and what do they see their buildings, and what do they see their playing fields look like. And so it was really interesting, and that communication was key. That was a biggie. The other thing that they pointed out was construction costs. I did take a little bit of notes here. It said construction costs for them, that 2 years ago it was $245 a square foot, and now it's $430 a square foot to build. So that's just something we need to consider when we're, if we're thinking about doing this again, is that, the construction cost today could look very different in 6 months, could look very different in 2 years. So it's kind of all these numbers running around in my head. So it was very interesting. So talking about how the different mediums of communication that people read, that there's newspapers, and it's not just social media or word of mouth and things like that. We have to kind of hit all those bases. So really good stuff, and I know that some others have some things to share as well.
I was just going to piggyback on your comment on the cost, because Alexis and Anna and I attended another discussion on the growing cost that education is feeling right now. This one school found out how much their project would be, and if they bid it out, and it was going to be $10 million under budget. Then 6 months later, they passed a bond, did the bid, got it all official, and then it was $15 million over budget, $25 million swing in 6 months' time. They told us the good news is, though, is that there's only going to be a 10% rise is what they're planning in inflation. And I don't know how that's good news, but I guess it's not as high as it could be, just when you thought you've seen everything. So, and yes, they also said the same thing. Communication is important. Transparency, let your community see what's going on, make sure your community knows, and is your community being involved? All parts, teachers, students, your community, parents, are they getting involved in that, of telling you what it is that they need? And they also said millennials are just now buying houses and becoming parents. And then they highlighted, and they communicate differently. So there's another communication method they got.
Yeah, that fast growth session, there was a couple of them that were sponsored by Fast Growth, and they were so informative with a lot of good data about 2021, 25% inflation. This year, we're looking at it maybe 10%, but that's almost a 1% inflation per month. And so that was really good. I like that he called it the art and science of bonds. And so it's really, you have to be intentional and really prepared when you go out to bonds. And they did talk a lot about the student demographic trends in Texas. And so there was a lot of data about how we're the fastest growing market in all job growth, housing growth, like just all of these factors that affect when we need to go build schools. Because if Tesla goes and buys all the, what they call them, fast joints? Joints, yeah. Roof choices. They bought all of them in the market for a solid year. And so then you're like, oh, we got to go design another whole new innovative thing to be able to build. And so that was really, really interesting. And I know I gave away a lot of my fun topics from the DMC, Run DMC topic, but he did say something else, and it was about, our language and how we talk and discuss these interesting topics. And so he was like, we have to change our language. They are not underprivileged, but children of potential. So, yeah.
I had a really, really, really good time at the Governance Core Camp. It was seriously all about the student voice. And as a first-year trustee, it was pretty amazing to present on behalf of the board the strategic plan. I didn't know what to expect, but walking away from that session and having other trustees, wait, what did y'all do? Wait, students were involved with this? Like, it was kind of during everything with COVID, to be able to say, yeah, we did it, and we did it really well, was pretty amazing. The next session I loved. Again, it's all about student voice and our role as a trustees through policy. And so I went to this one session called Students' Rights of Expression. It was amazing. It went over all the latest legal developments that's going on in either the state of Texas or in the US, and some of those include, student dress code, gender identity, pronoun usage, religious expression. And it was amazing to be able to talk to other trustees to kind of see what items are coming up in their district and what way they're going about it through policy. And this was all led by TASB Legal Service. So this was some good stuff and kind of giving me an idea of what are we doing to make sure our students' rights are protected? How are we giving them that space? And to balance it out, the next session I went to was parent rights. And again, this went over all the latest things going around, library books, instructional materials, grievances. Again, it was great to be around other trustees to know they're kind of going through the same thing, but most importantly, what does that look like from a policy lens? What are we doing to make sure our parents have a seat at the table? And again, I know our policy committee is going to be going through a review, and it's just another thing, it's good information out there from that camp. And then I also went to, like Christine said, the bond program one, and y'all know me, I talked about our experience in Leander, and that was pretty cool because a lot of, what do they say, like 60% of the bonds failed in November. And it's been a wake-up call for ISDs, and a lot of them are not sure how to pivot that next step. And so I got to brag about our long-range facility planning and what our goals are and what that looks like. And a lot of them were asking, how do you get student involved? And I'm like, oh, I know how we did. It's called CFAC. It's called our Superintendent Advisory Committee. So again, to be able to brag about what our district is doing now because of the administration always putting the student voice, it's a pretty awesome thing. And then to close it out, South by Southwest was amazing. I got to do the Partners in Equity session with our very own Belki Caldalza. I hope I said that correctly. I love reading, but what I loved about this session is it gave me in the lens of a librarian and what they do right now. Many of us have a misconception of what our libraries actually do, and to be able to sit up there and say, hey, that's our librarian, and she's constantly focused on what is she gonna make sure that every kid in Leander feels represented, that's some pretty powerful stuff, guys. So it was probably the highlight of my, besides the demographic report, y'all know I love that stuff, but it was, that Partners in Equity was pretty amazing to see how our district is leading that. And I can't thank you enough for empowering your administration to always have that student voice centered.
One additional thing I wanted to add that was outside of the sessions that was really valuable was talking to other trustees and talking to not only our teachers that we ran into, but teachers in different parts of Texas, teachers in other parts of the country, teachers from other countries. That was really enlightening. It was really, it was great sharing with trustees that, oh, you're from Leander, have questions for you. But just being able to share experiences and share thought about, hey, we tried this. Have y'all tried this? Well, we're trying this. I think that there's a lot of value in just being able to collaborate and be able to have those conversations with other trustees.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. The South by Southwest, I think there was a couple trustees, but what I loved about it is we were in the teacher space. And so it gave me another lens to understand what our teachers are going through. And also, I don't want to say compare, but you're sitting in a session and they're talking about student achievement and they're like, oh yes, this and this. And to be able to hear the struggles, but also some of the accomplishments that they've done, it was, as a trustee, it helped me really reevaluate what I'm looking at when I make these decisions coming up, because our teachers have gone through a really hard year. So I appreciate this conference was so good. I wish we could send all of our teachers. I know we can't, but it was amazing how it was just so teacher voice and also student voice.
I did see that theme, right? So Victor Rio said, teachers are doing amazing things, but it's coming at a toll to their well-being. And my wondering after I heard that is, what can we as a board do to be intentional to help in these areas? And I know we're having these conversations. I talked to some other trustees and like, oh, SEL, maybe we could do some SEL, and do teachers have a decompressed room? And of course, don't forget funding, like salary. What are we going to do about salary? How do we advocate for that? Which is one thing I kept doing and looking at throughout this both conference experiences was talking about workforce now. What are we going to do for our workforce now? How do we advocate and get teachers funding? How do we advocate and get them the things that they need? And then our pipeline. Over and over again, we've been to sessions and we're hearing there's a non-existent pipeline. So Edgewood, at one of the conference sessions I went to, Edgewood was saying is that they're doing the Grow Your Own in order to help the teacher pipeline, and they're even seeing like their kiddos in their classroom like grow up and go into there, and then they're doing a partnership with their community college to get that certification and move them on into the classroom. So workforce need was all over the conferences, both of them, right? There was overlay in there. And yet I was still, I guess, heartened in that there were ideas, there were things out there, but there's not one answer. Teachers need, our auxiliary staff needs, our whole administration, education needs, multiple things to address multiple issues that have gone on and happened because of COVID. And because our educators did amazing things, but it came at a cost too to some of their well-being. All right. Well, I'm getting ready to close this agenda item. I just need y'all to know I had 2.5 pages of notes, and I was very careful. I tried to seed some of the stuff. I left a lot of stuff on the floor. I'm not going to tell you all about it tonight. I just wanted to try to pick out some of the things that we all wanted to talk about, and I'll save the rest for another time. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Consider approval of district-initiated updates to board policy GKD local. I understand I'm turning this over to Dr. Guerin.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know this is a little unusual, but I want to talk to you a little bit about this policy and then ask for a favor from the board. So one of the real positives in our district is the strength of our PTA. As you know, I'm a huge, strong supporter of PTA and the advocacy role that they play in supporting not only our campuses, because we have strong campus PTAs across the district, but we also have a strong council, district council of PTAs, and a strong leadership in that council. And we've been interacting with those PTAs over time over related issues, but not exactly the issue that comes up in GKD, although it is related. After a great conversation with them today, it prompted me to go back to GKD, that's in your packet, and look at the changes that we've made one more time, and realize that I hadn't done my due diligence properly in vetting what we were bringing to the board tonight. So there are some additional changes that I would like to make and recommend to the board policy committee to review GKD one more time before we bring it back. Partly because of the paragraph under the note on, it's labeled right now nonprofit fundraising. That paragraph was inadvertently put in there. That's not the right paragraph. We need to go and address that and some of the language in there. And so I apologize for not vetting this sooner and putting it in the packet incorrectly. But I want to take the opportunity to revisit that with the board policy committee and make sure we get this clean and correct. There is no time crunch on this particular policy, and so we are going to continue to have further conversations with PTA over the related issues to this policy and to the other conversations that we had today. I'm very grateful to our board members who are closely listening to what's going on in the community and then feeding back to me what's happening in the community so that I can reach out directly to those folks and have these kinds of conversations that alert us to how we can do the work better in the district. And so I want to thank you for doing your work well. I want to thank the leadership of the Leander ISD Council of PTAs for doing their work well, and apologize to you for me not doing my work well. We're going to go away, we're going to clean this up, and then we're going to bring it back to you at the next meeting. So my request to you tonight is if we can please table this item so that we can do that cleanup and bring it back to you.
Just one question. Everything as far as events, facilities, it's okay. We're still on, PTAs and PTO can still host events until we clean this policy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure.
Yeah, no changes.
All right, I was trying to look at my parley language real quick, but if I can just get at the base of it, we'll go with intent. The motion's to table to bring it back at a time certain, not a necessary certain date. Is that fine? Yes. Okay. We'll just do everybody, yes? Okay.
Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Sean, do we need a motion in a second? Okay, he says we don't need a motion in a second. Okay, we will move to our next agenda item, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan Update. And our very own Dwayne Stewart, I'm looking to make sure. Street, thank you. I know, I'm never going to be good with these names. I don't know what to tell y'all.
Good evening.
Glasses.
Members of the board, Dr. Gehring, privileged to be here tonight. What I'd like to do tonight is you have a copy of the DEI action plan that was sent out earlier, I think last week. And my goal here tonight is simply to provide a précis of the document via presentation and then take your questions. Yeah. So this is just an overview. So we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just like all out of whack. Okay, I got it now. I got my rhythm. So one of the things that the office focuses on is increasing educational access. You know, I look at my career and I'm sitting in front of you because someone provided access and opportunity which allowed me to achieve certain outcomes. And that's the goal of this office. The access and opportunity piece is critical to achieving the outcomes that we seek in terms of closing gaps. And I wanted to take a quote from Nelson Mandela. "It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to a good education." And when we say all, we mean all. ALL, capital, you know, because every single student who's part of Leander ISD deserves equal access. It's not about equal outcomes, but it's equal access. Because if we can achieve that, an entire world opens up to them. I grew up in a place where educational access was a challenge. I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But fortunately, I had parents who believed that education was the most important thing. And they provided some supplemental opportunities for me. And because of that, I was able to experience things that I could not get otherwise, which shaped me and allowed me to see the world in a different way. But more importantly, it allowed me to see myself in terms of what I could be as opposed to what I thought I could be. And to me, that's the value of educational access. So our framework, we start with diversity. And to me, diversity comes down to diversity of thought. Our posture is about calling people into the conversation. This work is truly about addition, not subtraction. The more people that we can involve in the conversation, the more sustainable our solutions will be because we have community buy-in. Everyone knows what we're doing and why we're doing it. No one is a junior member in this conversation. All voices matter. That takes us to the inclusion piece. Once you achieve diversity of thought, people want to be part of the conversation. And then we get to equity, because you can't achieve that unless everyone understands what it is. And to me, I read a really good article this week, and I love the way they described equity. Equity is meeting students where they are as they are. And I love that definition of equity. Equity is not about taking something from one group and giving it to another group. Some of you saw the interview I did with Dr. Gehring, and I used the example of the sun. If we walk outside on a sunny day, the sun hits everyone without distinction. It's the same way with equity. If we have a student who's performing at the 95th percentile, we want that student to go to the 98th percentile. And then the students who are not there, let's close that delta, provide extra supports for that student. But we want every student to experience the greatness that is Leander ISD. That's our mission. Speaking of mission, this is our mission statement. The Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is committed to working with both internal and external stakeholders to provide equitable educational access and opportunity for every student every day. There are no off days. Every single student, every day. I had the privilege of being a classroom teacher for 17 years, and I take those words to heart. Every student, every day. Our professional development model is reflective practice. And I know some of you may not be able to see that, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't have my glasses, so I'm gonna do it by memory.
Well, don't try to guess, you could get it wrong.
I'm gonna do it by memory, okay? So we start with what happened. And then for the reflective practitioner, what are you experiencing? What feelings or emotions? Because they can be early warning systems for bias that may be reflected in your practice. Reflective practice is not about judging people. It is about asking a practitioner to look at their practice in ways that they haven't before. If you see that there are gaps in your data, reflect, what can you do to close those gaps? What resources can this office provide? What additional trainings? No judgment, no acrimony, no drama. And then a reflective practitioner evaluates what has happened so that they can apply what they've learned when it comes back around. One of the things I said to Cabinet about 10 days ago was this. If we are still having strained conversations around these issues next year, we're not reflective practitioners. Each iteration of our practice should get better. We should be more efficient in our conversation, and we should be more impactful. And this is why I chose reflective practice, because it ties very nicely to the continuous improvement model. The goal of the reflective practitioner is very simple: to be better tomorrow than you are today. That's something everyone can do. There's an on-ramp for every single practitioner there. Look at your data, close your gaps, and continue to grow. And then we have some accountability measures built into the plan. As you read it, I know it's a lengthy document, but the cultural competency survey, it's a diagnostic tool. It's not a judgment tool. If you see that when you take the tool, which I'll have to design with Dr. Martinez, you see as a practitioner that you have a gap in terms of the family component. You have a gap in terms of working with economically disadvantaged students. You have a gap in terms of working with gender. All we want you to do as a reflective practitioner is to find a way to close that gap, and we provide additional resources and training to do that. Because everyone knows that the greatest single determiner to student success is a classroom teacher. And the more we can develop that individual, because we have some phenomenal educators here. I've met many of them. This is just one more layer that we can add on to what they already do. And then the goals piece came up earlier. DEI goals, what we're looking at here, we're not guaranteeing outcomes. We want to focus on if we have gaps in our student outcomes. And if we do, why? That's what we want to focus on. It's not about guaranteeing outcomes, because I'm big on the transfer of ownership to the student. Their success has to be their success. We have to put them in a position by increasing access and opportunity where we transfer the ownership to them. That's why I ended up here tonight, because someone did that for me. And then the last piece is community updates. You know, we have two, if you look at the plan, there are 2 formalized opportunities for the community to meet with this office, 2 75-minute sessions. We take a Q&A, we provide updates in terms of where we are with the plan, and then we make tweaks as warranted. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Or is it Mr. Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Not
It is.
doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions?
I have a question, and it might be a committee question or you question. You weren't here though, on January 21st of 2021, we had a special board meeting in regards to equity indicators, and it had some data on there breaking down to different groups in our school district. We got a board update in August, and I'm just curious, is the committee planning to bring that back? Are we going to get an update on those equity indicator, that data piece? Because I know that some of it's included in your equity, it's included in your evaluation, I believe. And so I'm just curious, when is the committee planning to talk about that? Is that something you're already looking into? What does that look like?
When it comes to data, we will be collecting all data. That data I've seen that data, but I have not digested that. If that is a request of the board, we're happy to bring that back.
I mean, I'd love to have a conversation with you about it.
Love to have that conversation. Because data is big to me, because we have to find out where we're going, right? So if you look at the plan, we have data collection built in throughout the plan, and I would love to have that offline conversation with you.
Okay, I will be connecting with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put you on the spot. I'll put you on the spot a little bit. The board did some pre-work before we opened the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in terms of policy work. Can you describe to us just very briefly your thoughts about that policy, about how that lays a foundation for you, and what you will be doing as the leader of that office in terms of relationship to that policy as we go forward?
Yes, I want to thank the board for doing that work and passing a policy. I took some notes on that, so that's what I'm pulling up now. If you look at our framework, it aligns very nicely with that policy in terms of the focus on diversity, including all voices, all stakeholders, establishing the goals, being consistent in terms of reporting out, and being consistent and intentional in terms of our practice around this issue. It's not serendipitous. And then also the commitment to the data piece, which the trustee brought up, including disciplinary data, program enrollment. All of that is tied to and aligned with the policy. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I know I've had a lot of conversations with you about this, but I think there's been some confusion about when we talk when you talk about equity and providing those equal opportunities and equal outcomes. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that? Because I know that it does not say equal outcomes out in here, but can you address when we talk about equal opportunities and outcomes?
Certainly, the equal opportunity piece is making sure that students have access to all of the programs that we have in Leander, removing barriers, which goes back to the policy again, excuse me. And the outcome piece is, going back to what I said earlier, the more you can increase access and opportunity, the corollary should be enhanced student outcomes. So to me, it's about access, it's about making sure that we get the word out, removing barriers, transportation, whatever it is, finding a way to provide everything that we offer to every student, to those students who may be underserved.
And Dwayne, forgive me for botching your name. I am working on my skill with names. It's terrible. You can ask Dr. Gehring. I've had some terrible times with that. But when you and I spoke, one of the questions that I asked you, because we've spoken a couple of times, when I met you, I said, why Leander ISD? And so I know it's a bit on the spot, but I am guessing you can do that. Why Leander ISD? Why did you come here?
To me, it was the interview process. You know, I went through the process, and when I met the team, and especially a certain chief of staff, that was the turning point for me. It was listening to everything that had taken place and realizing that I could make a contribution here in a place that was ready for the contribution that I wanted to make. You know, that a lot of the things had already been put in place, and they wanted someone to come in who could drive action. And that was very exciting to me because there wasn't a lot of, the heavy lifting was to practice, not clearing the road, because that had already been done. So that's what it was for me. And then I had both the privilege and the frightening experience of meeting with the entire cabinet during my interview. And I saw that team and the professionalism and Dr. Gehring and the leadership, and that's what it was for me. And I really enjoyed my other position, but this was a unique opportunity to be part of something that was doing this, and I wanted to make a contribution here.
Thank you. Good answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, anything else? All right, Dwayne, thank you so much for coming and getting us an update. We'll look forward for continued updates from your office. And as you've seen, trustees are not shy. We have tons of questions. And as you continue to get those questions, please reach out to Dwayne. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our operations with our 2022-2023 budget update.
My team is feeling a little shy tonight.
It's because you put the word budget in there.
They are the budget. Like, it's not even 9 o'clock. I prefer Friday mornings, really, but we'll go with it. So good evening. I can say that, it's not morning. We are here to talk budget again. If you will recall, when we last met in February, we looked at the overview of the projected budget numbers for the next 3 years. And we looked at ways to enhance revenues and possibly reduce expenditures. Well, now we need to start making some decisions this month so that we can finalize a budget. And one of those decisions is whether or not to move forward with a VATRE. So before I dive into the presentation, just to remind you that I've got Gina Mitski, my Director of Budget and Compliance, and Becky Garcia, Director of Treasury and Debt Management. So starting to bring some support system. All right, so we'll start by just reviewing the numbers again and the projected deficits for the next 3 years. Nothing has changed in the numbers. We're not updating these until we start getting budget requests that are due tomorrow. So all my principals and directors that are watching, just a reminder, tomorrow's the deadline. And so as we move forward, again, looking at how we enhance revenues, reduce expenditures by about 21 million either this year or over the next 3 years, and we've discussed the combination of doing both of those in order to address the deficits that we're facing. But tonight I want to bring you some more specific information regarding a VATRE, because I know there's a lot of question about just navigating through that process. What does it look like? What does it sound like? And so I'll remind you, the VATRE is required if a school board adopts a tax rate that exceeds its VATR, and that's the voter approval tax rate. And so I've thrown in some numbers here based on our current estimates of what those numbers would be. But the VATR is a sum of our MCR. The MCR is determined by the level of tax or property value growth, and that does have to go through a certification process with TEA. And TEA is required to get us that certified MCR by August 5th. So remember, that's an important date. So to that MCR, you get to add up to 5 pennies, which we do have access to all 5 of those pennies in our current tax rate, and then the current debt rate. And for illustration purposes, I've put up here what our current INS rate is. And then if the board adopts a tax rate that exceeds the sum of those components, then the VATRE, which is the tax ratification election, must be held on a uniform election date, which would put that in November. So here is a snapshot of the timeline. So there's some very important dates here. So the first date that kicks everything off is us receiving our estimated local property values from the appraisal districts, and that is required by law by April 30th. Then the board will adopt a budget in June. It has to legally be adopted before the beginning of the next fiscal year, which would be July 1. And then something that we haven't really discussed regarding a VATRE is the law does require an efficiency audit. Now, because the governor declared a statewide emergency, or disaster exemption applies for this year, and so we are eligible to use that disaster exemption that relieves the requirement for that efficiency audit. And so that is a choice the board will need to make if we want to move forward with that audit. And so you can see here, you would select the auditor for that. It says 4 months before, and then the efficiency audit has to be completed 3 months before. A month doesn't really give the auditors enough time for that, I would not think. So we would need to make that decision sooner rather than later, but no later than June or July. And then, most importantly, we received the certified local property values on July 25th. So we're using estimated values to build the budget, and then we'll receive the certified, and then a very quick turnaround, we submit that data to TEA so that they can turn around and certify the MCR by August 5th. This year we will be needing to publish a revised notice of budget and tax rate because we're using the estimated values in the beginning. Typically in a normal year we do not republish. And then the deadline to trigger the election is August 22nd. And so that would be the last date for the board to adopt the 22 tax rate. Now there are some very complicated logistics to jump through here because our papers in the district publish on a certain day. And so if you look at our typical board meetings falling on the first and third Thursday of the month, that does not give us time to publish for that at least 10-day period prior to the hearing, which would be August 22nd. And so more than likely we are going to need a called meeting on that Monday, August 22nd, if this is the route we go. And then that would trigger the election for November 8th. And then on this timeline, and there's another slide to remind the board, we will have to do the attendance credit election this year as well, regardless of a VATRE, because of it re-entering recapture and the change in the law requiring an election, which we have not had to do in the past. You've had to do an election, but Leander's not had it or met the requirements to need it. So there is the timeline.
Before we leave that timeline, I'd later like to get more information on what actually is in an efficiency audit, like what are the results? Is it just moving some of the information that's already very transparent out there and just putting it in a different format, or is there other things that come as a result of this? And what is the cost of that? Because there is a cost as well.
There is indeed. So someone write that down. Okay, then the specific ballot language. So I have two slides here. This is the simple ballot language with the blanks to be filled in, but I'll move here to show you what is inserted into the blanks. So the ballot language would ask the voters to ratify the ad valorem tax rate of whatever that rate is. And then it states that would be an increase of blank percentage in M&O revenue, tax revenue, under that adopted rate compared to the M&O tax revenue in the preceding year. So these numbers will be something that we need to develop as we get those certified values. So that would be a guess at this point. And then it goes on to say the percent in the tax revenue for the district for the current year as compared to the prior year is an additional X. And so
And there's no language on there to tell them if we're doing, because our plan is, our intention is to do the switch with the
Right.
INS, take it from one bucket and put it to the other.
there is no provision for saying that the total tax rate is actually lower or the same. It's just these percentages that indicate an increase in total revenues.
Feels like we might have the same confusion as last time.
Yes, so there will definitely need to be some education on the ballot language. And then, as I mentioned earlier, going into recapture and sending local tax revenue back to the state, the district is required to seek voter approval for that. And that is because under the Texas Constitution, local property taxes are reserved for local governments. But I'll remind all those watching that if the taxpayers do not agree with this election and do not approve it, then TEA would come in and permanently detach property and assign it to another district. So what are the implications of that? So now you have lost a portion of your tax base for which you're collecting taxes on, not only for operations, but also for debt service. So that detachment could lead to an increase in the INS rate in order to service outstanding debt. So this is a very critical election, very critical that it passes and is approved. And again, we've never held this election, and so it is a necessity as we move back into recapture.
Elaine, coming off of two conferences, let me make sure. So you're saying this AACE election, the one that we've never held, that needs a whole lot of explanation, that at least the community needs to be aware of what they're voting, or else either way, they have tremendous impacts, is going to need to be in November as well?
Yes. This one you can also do in May, so if it fails in November, we have the opportunity to put it back on the May election for 23 and still meet the requirements for TEA before they start detaching.
So we are going into recapture?
Yes.
So the impact of detaching, do they end up getting moved to another school district and attend?
No,
okay.
because this is property.
They just take the money and that's it?
It's just the value of the property. So we can't physically move property. And the trick is you can't detach the property to another district that puts them into recapture. So TEA would have to figure out. So perfect example is when Houston went through this election several years ago and it failed initially, and they were going to detach the Galleria and give it to another district. So
yes, it's important that people understand when we say detached, those children, of course, still are LISD students. They will remain in our district. We will still provide the excellent education that we provide to our students. We just will not receive any of the tax base for that area.
And Gloria, to counter that, or to emphasize that, it's not about the district making money. It's about this income is used to pay our payroll, which is what, 85% payroll. And then when you add benefits, it even gets higher than that.
Well, that's the total. That
85 payroll and benefits. So when you're talking about detaching, that's additional funding that we would use, that the district used to pay our payroll.
Now, on the operations side, and Becky, you jump in here if I'm wrong, but remember, this is to get us out of recapture. So what they would be detaching should be equal to what we would be paying in recapture. And so it's the equalization. It's the INS side that it would really hurt you on, because now you're not collecting taxes on that property.
But when you say permanently detach, then it just
It's not
can't-
coming back.
Yeah, and that's where's the problem.
It's permanent.
So November elections will be fun.
November is going to be so fun. All right, so if we're talking about a VATRE, you've seen these slides before. This just shows you the impact of the additional pennies in 3 different scenarios. So again, our projected deficits across the top for the next 3 years, and then 3 pennies brings you $14 to $15 million over 3 years. You can see that does not solve the problem. By 24, 25, we're still looking at an over $45 million deficit. So that's why we're looking at a combination of increased revenues and reduced expenditures. Same when you look at 4 pennies or 5 pennies. The bottom line gets better, but the increase in the overall revenues doesn't increase substantially, because once you get out of those 3 golden pennies and into the copper pennies, which is where you're hitting 4 and 5, those are not worth as much, they don't generate as much, and they're subject to recapture. So those pennies over the 3 are only netting you a little over $2 million. All right, so as part of the VATRE, people want to see, well, what's the impact on taxpayers? So what's interesting to note here on the right side of this chart is every scenario, well, not every scenario, but 3 scenarios compared to what. So if we weren't looking at a TRE, our projected tax rate for 22-23 would be $1.3196. Because of the compression, the 5 pennies that we currently are accessing under Golden, and the current INS tax rate. So the current tax rate is $1.337. So the first column in the box, our tax rate would be $131.96. Well, if we do a 3 cent, a 4 cent, or a 5 cent transfer, that number does not change. So regardless of the up to 5 pennies that we move from INS to M&O, that does not impact the taxpayer any differently than it would have under a regular tax rate adoption year. And so you will see, now what we've built in here is we're assuming that the $40,000 homestead exemption passes in May, and we're assuming values increase substantially again this year, but are capped out at the 10%. So market value will go up, but assessed value will be capped at the 10% increase. And so you can see overall we would be changing the tax rate by just under 2 pennies, but that would generate on the average value of a home, which we're estimating at just under $392,000. That would give you a property tax bill of $5,165, and that is true in every scenario across the table. And then at the bottom, you can see the increase in taxes is due to the rise in values. If you did not have a rise in values, there would be a $65 decrease in the tax bill because of the tax rate dropping. So that is there for your information.
I have a question. So because we're moving from pennies from INS to M&O, how does that affect paying down bonds?
Very good question, and we're going to cover that in the next agenda topic. Blake Roberts with PFM is here to show you if you move 3 pennies, how it affects the debt, and if you move 5 pennies, how it affects the debt.
But the INS structure isn't really supposed to be about over levy. I mean, when you look at it, it's about you are supposed to charge an effective tax rate is the amount of debt you have. Like the government really didn't set this tool up as a way to where you would try to pay down debt. It's you kind of it's how do you manage debt is the way we've kind of been given the structure. Is that an accurate way of saying it? How would you rephrase
Sorta.
that?
I mean, we are levying a tax rate that allows us to pay down debt faster than our structured debt schedule because we have excess collections in which to do that. And so the 41 cents compared to 46 would reduce that amount of excess. So you still, in the next 5 years, have the ability to pay down debt quicker, just not at the same level. But remember, as values continue to rise, that 46 cents continues to bring in more and increases that excess amount.
I'll just make an observation that this district and the Board of Trustees over time, up until this point, has done a remarkable job of managing the debt because of the really, really rapid growth that we had, in the last 10 to 15 years, required really a challenging debt situation that this board has really taken control of and used those INS pennies to manage exceptionally well up until this point in time. And so we'll talk about that some more at future meetings about how to manage that going forward. But I just wanted to make that observation.
Okay, so that's everything we know about a VATRE today. We do need to make a decision the next time we meet about whether or not the board will support going forward with a VATRE and to what extent, because that will determine how much we need to cut to get the budget into the approved parameter.
Before you leave that section though, if we need an answer next meeting, board members, do you have any questions right now about the information and the need for a VATRE?
Yes, and we're absolutely happy in between times to meet with you individually to discuss any of these topics as well.
Okay. All right.
So the other part of this equation is reducing expenditures, and as you just mentioned, 85% of the budget is allocated to payroll. So it's really, really difficult, if not impossible, to make reductions without touching payroll. I don't believe this next bullet is new information. So the non-payroll area is 15%, which equates to about $53 million. If we cut all 21 million in that area, that would be a 40% reduction. What is in that 53 million? That is transportation, that is utilities, that is supplies for the classroom, that is user fees for technology, that is custodial. So there are a lot of those fees that you just can't cut. And as we're facing 7+% inflation and gas is escalating, those budget requests are probably going to come in at more than we estimated. So all that to say, we've got some challenges ahead. So our proposed expenditure reductions, again, if we took the whole 21 million without the VATRE, we would be looking at 330 positions. So we're going to continue working with principals to develop recommendations and a strategy to spread our cuts over a 3-year period, and we will be bringing those recommendations to you in April.
Elaine, I know there's so many conversations happening right now. I'd like to thank everybody for having some really challenging conversations. When we were at the fast growth session, a discussion on rising cost on transportation also led to the discussion of when gas goes up, then moving items and that cost gets put onto people. So your groceries will go up, your expenses on certain consumer goods will go up. When we're looking at these expenditures that the district may face in consumable items, not payroll, how do y'all figure inflation in there? And given what we saw, the numbers are as far as construction inflation, which seems off the charts, how do we figure that out going, or where's that at? And it might not be in here yet, it's something you add, but I'm just curious how that fits in.
So typically when we start estimating budgets for future years, remember that process starts November. When we build in those non-payroll costs for future years, we typically use a 2% inflation factor. So whatever we budgeted this year increased by 2%. So obviously 7% inflation does not cover that. And so that will be exposed when departments submit their budgets tomorrow. And hopefully they've had enough time to think about, okay, a loaf of bread cost me $2 last month and now it's $4, or whatever it is that they're purchasing. So we're quite sure that our estimate that we did in November is going to be short from what departments submit in their budget requests.
And that would include maintenance as well? Maintenance. That's also where you're expecting to get back?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then we put together, so if we did the TRE and we did all of these reductions, what would the budget look like after that? So if we marry these two together, so you can see with 3 pennies, the same revenue enhancement, which brought the deficits down. And then under 3 pennies, in order to get the post deficit down somewhere close to what our 4% parameter allows, that's really 9.5 million of cuts per year for the next 3 years. So in the 2 out years, you'll see the cumulative effect of that. So we would cut 9.5 million for 22-23. That would give us an $11 million deficit. That is below our parameter of 15 million, but that's helping to gauge the future years. So we're no longer just working on 1 year's budget, we're really looking in a 3-year budget cycle. And if you do the same for a 5 penny TRE, then you can see there's 7 million of cuts per year needed. And then by 24-23, we're still at a 20 million. Now the 9 million here and the 11 million here for 22-23, can we turn that around through savings? Potentially. Can I turn around 20 million by 24-25? Like, remember, these are estimates. We have a legislative session between now and then, so a lot can change, but if we are planning ahead, we would need to be planning ahead to cut 21 million over the next 3 years. And I see all kinds of buttons, so.
I just want to point out here that we have to look at this in the context of the 3 years and not just in a single year. So the danger of looking at it over 3 years is that when you get caught in the single year and when it actually happens, we're going to forget that we planned this out over 3 years. So for instance, if we were to achieve a 5 penny VATRE and we cut 7 million out of expenditures and we achieve that 9 million deficit, there's a potential that we can turn that around. And there's the potential that we might end up that year, 22-23, by adding money to fund balance. And then that's going to feel very strange when we cut 7 million out of the expenditure budget at the beginning of the cycle. But we have to remember that we're going to use that surplus that we're putting back in the fund balance to shore up what happens in 2024, 2025. And in this case in 23, 24 as well, because we're going above that $15 million 4% parameter that the board set. So we'll be inside the parameter in year 1, but outside of the parameter in year 3. But overall, the average of those 3 years of deficit will bring us back to the $15 million mark for each year in aggregate over the 3 years. So we're going to have to pay attention to that if we decide to do it that way, and make sure that we remind ourselves as we go what it is that we're planning and how we're working.
Elaine, is there something we could do with the language? So when we say we've adopted that the deficit amount will be at this percentage point, or no more than this percentage point, is there something we can do to add that language, like on average over 3 years, or something to help? And I don't know what it would be right now, but is there some way to help remind us that we're looking at this in a 3-year cycle?
I'm not sure I understand.
Are you talking about the VATRE
Right. So
ballot language?
No, not for ballot
No.
language. So for the board, right now we say that we can only do deficit spending by X amount %, right? But what you've just told the board is, yeah, but y'all need to realize how it's going to average out over 3 years. So when the board gives you a parameter of you can't spend more than X % over a certain deficit over a certain amount, well, we're saying, yeah, but in 2024, we're going to exceed that. So is there something we can do as we're adopting this, that we're true, or we're transparent, or the whole community can see, yeah, we're looking at this over a 3-year cycle?
I would not recommend putting that formally in the language. I would recommend that we have that conversation that's recorded and
Okay.
but will be within the parameter for year 1. The reason I don't recommend formalizing that in any way is that we don't know what's going to happen in 6 months, never mind what's going to happen in 23, 24, and 24, 25. So we have to base our assumptions right now on what we know now, but we know that a lot of things could change. So, in January of 23, the legislature will meet again. We don't know what's going to happen there. We don't know what's going to happen with inflation. We have a war going on. We have a lot of things, nationwide that could make significant changes. So the good thing is we'll meet the deficit parameter for year 1, and so we can proceed with that. But just reminding everybody that when we come to the end of the year, there's a reason that we did what we did, and it has a long-term implication.
It makes perfect sense, but I'll keep noodling on it just in case.
All right, so when we meet the next time this month, right after spring break, we're going to be asking the board to amend the assumptions that were adopted in January. And so I just wanted to give you a look of exactly what that would look like. So we would be at the bottom of those assumptions were the tax rates. And so we would be asking you to amend the 5 golden pennies to 8, which gives, and you can see the revenue impact there. And then add 2 copper pennies, which we don't currently have, and the revenue impact there, lowering the INS rate by that 5 cents, so there's not an increase in the total rate. As you can see, that removes just under 19 million from debt service, but that still allows us to pay our existing debt, and we're building the models where we can service the issuance of new debt in future elections. And then, as I pointed out, in one meeting, we're able to lower the contribution to major maintenance by $1 million, so we would go ahead and amend that assumption. So these are the assumptions we would be asking the board to approve amendments to when we meet on the 24th.
And just a reminder to add to that, so as we add the 3 golden pennies and the 2 copper pennies and reduce the INS rate by 5 pennies, we still have the MCR compression on the M&O side by almost 2 pennies. So the actual total overall tax rate in this scenario actually reduces by close to 2 pennies.
Do you all have questions, or did that make sense for everybody? Okay. So board members, this will be before us in our next meeting. Certainly, you can ask questions individually and reach out to Elaine and Bruce. My question is there anything deliberative that y'all want to ask about this now that y'all have questions on before we get to that meeting? Okay. All right.
Can I ask one question before we move on? In light of our conferences and learning and kind of what some people said, they said they'd never go back with the ballot language as it is and say it's a decrease when the ballot language says it's an increase. So do you want to have time to think about that recommendation? Or, I mean, that ballot language ties our hand, and we can tote it all day long that we're going to do a almost 2-cent decrease. But is it better to say we're going to raise your taxes 1/10 of a cent instead of have a 2-cent, even, you know, tout how little it is versus like what sets us up for success? And I am so against a tax increase, I can't even say I'm asking, but it's like, how do you overcome that ballot language?
So we have had that conversation, and we can certainly have more conversation about that. We'll need to make sure we understand exactly what you mean. So that currently the recommendation would have us lowering the overall total tax rate by almost 2 pennies. That's the tax rate, right? Not necessarily the tax amount that taxpayers will see. So we'll have more conversations with you before we bring back.
I hear what you're saying, because, I mean, we can't do anything about that language, but I still think that we're lowering the tax rate, and we can be, I think we can do a better job communicating. We're lowering the tax rate, your home values, you know, I think it's on us to educate the community better than we did last time about what that means. But we are decreasing that tax rate. So I don't want to, but I know I heard those conversations where you can't get away from that ballot language. That ballot language is going, you know, it's going to say what it's going to say. So do you want to say something that's in opposition to that? Because then it creates the perception of someone's deceiving me, right? I just think the impetus is on us then to be clear about what that ballot language is saying and what we're saying about your tax bill. When you pay your tax bill, you may see this, but, you know, Christine and I were talking about everything you just said. How do we say that in a flyer that's presented for the average? Everything they say that you put out like that is supposed, a third grader is supposed to be able to understand that. I mean, everything that we heard said that language. So I'm like, oh my gosh, how do we take everything that y'all just shared, put it on a flyer, and make it that simple? I don't know.
That's my job in the next few months.
If we can also, I think the demonstration that you did, I think we need to just do like a high quality recording of that too, and be able to put that everywhere. It was so, I've shared it, I've clipped it, I've showed it to people, and I mean, people really appreciate that. I think if, you know, and I know not everyone's going to sit and watch something that long, so we still need the very simple language, but I think we need all of it, right? All of the above. So
I think just to piggyback on that too, and when we talk about tax rate and percentages, people go like, oh God, that's math. But if you break it down to what does that mean for you in your house? Is it going to cost you the cost of a latte? Like, it's really, I mean, put it into those terms of this is the expectation you can have on this many square foot of a home. What is it really going to look like on your taxes? What's the bottom line? What's the dollar figure, and not just the percentages? Because I think that confuses people. And so if we can keep it as simple as possible, I do agree about the demonstration was fantastic.
I mean, I think that there's still confusion because the values are rising, and they are like, you're lying to me, you keep telling me that my rates are going down, why am I paying more? Yeah, why am I paying more? So it's just that explanation.
I think there's also something we've heard about with voter fatigue. And so if we do this and you're like, oh, but you know, now that we've looked at it and, you know, or after a few months, we go 6 months and we see a delta that's large, and we're like, well, we should have asked the community for that next penny. In normal circumstances would wait. I do want to be conscious of what voter fatigue is. If we're asking them to vote this time, if we're going to go, you know, we're going to have CFAC, if we're going to end up asking the community about a bond, I mean, the more times we have to do this, there is voter fatigue. So I want us to be cautious. To Alexa's point, I know that I know I've watched you take hard votes. You're like, I'm like not a big fan of tax increases, but I also know you're watching the numbers too. And for you to say what you said means I'm seeing what's out there, and I want us to do this as best we can, and make sure we're doing it the best way we can the first time. So I appreciate that comment, because I do think we need to think about that. It is a hard discussion, and so thank you for bringing that up.
Right, I want it, and that's the thing about the November ballot too, is like, we are so down ballot, then this is further down ballot, and they're gonna get that language and they're gonna be confused, or they're gonna not understand, and so how do you combat that when your materials may have said something else? So I don't know the answer, and I don't want a tax increase on any level. So just some ways we got to think about this strategically and see how we come out with a successful outcome. I don't know.
Well, and we also know we have a large system. We're balancing payroll. Like we said, 85% is payroll and benefits. Have I got that? Make sure I'm doing that right. 85% of the budget. So when we're talking about the district is using income or needs income, the income is for our payroll. And so these decisions all have impact and effect. So when we have our citizen comments come talk to us about what's going on with CNS and what's going on with employee pay, and also we realize there's going to be certain limitations, which is why the legislative committee, plug for them, is meeting tomorrow too. So I know y'all have a full agenda.
I had a question. I can't remember if we talked about this, but do we know the percentages of the VATREs that passed last November?
I do not.
Okay, I'm just curious, because I'm curious to see what those districts did in regard to educating their community. And my other thing is, I love to know as a trustee what I can do to help educate our community in that sense, because I know that there's certain rule and guidelines, but I feel like it is our responsibility as trustees to help educate our public. And so I'd love to pick your brain, Elaine, to try to make it as simple as possible and what we can do on our end to help educate the public.
So we're on that work right now, fine-tuning talking points for principals so they can talk to the public as well. So there will be quite a bit of material. And I just want to clarify one thing. When we asked the board to amend the assumptions for 5 pennies, that's simply so that we can move forward with the budget preparation, knowing that we're going to build the budget assuming those additional revenues. The board triggers the election when they adopt the tax rate in August, and that will be based on certified values and the MCR, which could compress again like it did last year at the last minute. So these numbers are all preliminary. At the time we get to adoption, if the board wants to go for 10 pennies, that's your prerogative. We're using 5 because we know we're not going to get 10 out of the community, and we know we need to make cuts, but we need to know how much. Is it 7 million? Is it 9 million? Is it 21 million? So this is this first step, but this doesn't necessarily lock you in to anything but at least 5 pennies.
So we know that we would not be comfortable asking our community right now for 10 pennies, because that's just, we're going to be cautious of what we ask our community. The other thing we saw in our fast growth school presentations was the rising rate of home prices. I think they showed us that an existing house is in the Austin area is at $500,000 and a new home's at $438,000, give or take average. There's not much of a delta where usually there is, right? And then you go down to San Antonio and your house is there's $300,000 to $80,000. So it's just, when we do taxes, it's taxes, I get it, we set a tax rate, but valuations are going up. There are multiple factors that are impacting our community right now. And so there are also multiple factors impacting a school district and their budget right now. And the M&O compression has really tied the hands of what we can do as far as the the existing payroll and budget that we have. So I appreciate all the discussions, and I think we're going to need to have more. And communication is going to be huge. I remember I was at an event, some of you are at it, where we were asked about, okay, well, where was that bond information? I didn't have that. And I go and I show them on the website, well, look here and click here. Do you see that? And they're like, that would have been great. Why didn't I know that was there? It's like, I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know, right? We're getting so much information. How do we help to be transparent, to be informative? Voters will vote for what they want. I'm fine with voters voting on what, but what's hard is when voters come to you afterwards and go, I didn't know it was that. So yeah, communications is going to be key. Okay. Do y'all want to stay up there and do the next item? Look at that, they're fleeing. She's working on the communication flyer back there. All right. We'll move on to our next item, discussion of a resolution providing the defeasance of the currently outstanding district obligations. And this is good news.
Yes, so this is tying in both a defeasance that we need to move forward with and the models that Sade asked about as far as if we take 5 pennies from INS, can we still service our debt? And so Blake is here this evening to calm your nerves about taking 5 pennies from INS and to discuss a defeasance. Before you get started, why are we talking a defeasance? So typically we talk about refundings, and we like to partner refundings with a new money issue. We are pausing on a new money issue because of the work with the long-range facility plan and determining exactly how much of the $167 million of authorization on 2017 the board wants to go forward with the issuing. And so because that is slowing down our new money issuance, we're looking at, we need to use our excess collections by the end of this fiscal year, June 30. And so when we look at doing a defeasance versus a true refunding, there's not a huge impact in the difference. And so it's much easier and quicker to move forward with a defeasance. And so we're recommending that the board approve that order on March 24th. And so Blake is going to speak to the benefits of that defeasance and then the effect of lowering the INS rate on our debt service. So Blake, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Elaine. Good evening, board, Dr. Gearing. My name is Blake Roberts with PFM, the district's financial advisor. I think it is calming nerves and good news tonight on the presentation. I'll move efficiently and happy to answer any questions. Stop me as I go. I don't have control of the presentation. I just realized that. So this first slide, I think, lays out our understanding of the situation from the debt side of things. So we have not forgotten about the potentially large capital needs that do remain from the bond election last fall. And so the situation from the debt side is from this 2017 authorization and the small technology proposition in 2021, you have a roughly $200 million in authorized but not yet issued debt authority. Those two are laid out 167 or so in 2017 authorization, 33 million in the 2021 authorization, excuse me. Any bond authority after that would require a future bond election or elections. We understand the discussions around the tax ratification election and moving pennies from INS to M&O. So we have modeled that to show you what capacity looks like, and also we'll discuss how this defeasance comes into play. Just as a reminder for the board, Dr. Gearing mentioned it earlier this evening, but the board has done a tremendous job, both this board and prior boards, of managing debt and moving away from what was an unsustainable and ascending high compounding interest debt structure to a traditional level debt service structure that allows you to afford a large bond program. So one of our overarching goals remains continue to march on the path of reducing capital appreciation bond debt service to 25% of overall debt service by the year 2025. That is a goal that sort of, it remains at the forefront of our modeling, and the district is on the path to get there through a combination of continued defeasances and refundings, and then the issuance of new money, current interest bond debt, which is not the high cost debt. It's sort of traditional fixed rate, twice a year interest payments that you see traditional bonds issued. Again, the issuance of new money, another policy goal is to match the useful life of the assets with the financing. So we're not issuing 25-year debt for 5-year technology, right? We're matching how we issue debt with the assets being financed. And then the third piece is when we can use INS revenue to prepay debt early, particularly with a focus on eliminating higher interest capital appreciation bond debt. So what we worked with Elaine and Becky to model was an illustrated plan of finance that says, okay, whether it's a 3-cent TRE or a 5-cent TRE, how does that look and can you afford that? So again, we understand that the exact timing of election or elections is up in the air. For illustrative purposes, we modeled a total of $1.4 billion with a B over a 6-year period, 2022 to 2028. Again, you only have $200 million authorization now. The way we got to 1.4 is 1.2 billion in incremental new authorization in one or multiple elections. We took care to, knowing you have technology needs, amortize the remaining technology authorization over a 5-year period, and the remainder is really level debt service. We're issuing current interest bonds only, so again, traditional fixed rate, semi-annual interest payments on that debt. And then we do show you, one of the questions was, how does this affect our ability to prepay debt? We show you what the cash is available in both scenarios for debt prepayment. And this is a matrix that sort of shows the two scenarios. The top row project funding amount shows you what we assume for project funding and debt issuances in year 2022 through 2028 and how we arrive at the 1.4 billion in total debt that's issued. Again, this is just a first cut at this. The exact dollar amounts will certainly change depending on what the board asks the electorate for in terms of authorization, and then what Jimmy and staff tells us you actually need in terms of funding on a year-by-year basis. We lay out sort of the authorizations that would be required. You can see that you have authorizations you expend through 2023, and then after that, you need a new election. We show you interest rate assumptions. It's no secret that rates are on the move, and so we have escalated interest rate assumptions to be conservative and build that into our model. Bond type, SIB, just means current interest bond, no caps. We're not issuing caps. And then you can see assumed tax-based growth. This is really key. It gets into the discussion around, well, why is my bill going up, but rates are going down? We are banking on both new lots on the ground plus appreciation of home prices that go into the tax-based growth that you realize. In talking with Elaine in the appraisal district, she's spoken with another year of double-digit growth is expected this next year. And then we do throttle back tax-based growth assumptions to 5% and 5% for the following 2 years, and then 3% in the years 2026 through 2028. I will say it is not usual that we model so many years of growth. However, given that we are assuming 2 bond elections, we felt it was appropriate to have a reasonably conservative growth rate over that 6-year period, so that because we would assume growth every time we go out and seek an election. And then you can see directly to answer the question, in the column where it says INS tax rate with a 5-cent INS transfer, and you can see how it drops from 46.5 cents to 41.5 cents. So that's the scenario where you have 5 pennies go from INS to M&O. And then right below that, you can see cash for defeasances through 2025. And so what you're looking at in that first box where it says $39 million, that's actually the defeasance that we would bring forward next in the March 24th meeting, a resolution to adopt that you would adopt that would allow us to simply prepay debt, deposit it into an escrow to legally and financially defease and remove debt from Leander ISD's books. I'll get into the details of that one in a minute. But what you can see is that the excess INS revenue that would be used for defeasances in future years is estimated at $33 million next year, 18.5 the following year, and then 11 the year after. Why that goes down is because we're layering on new debt that eats into your tax rate revenue. And so you have, as you increase new debt and debt service comes online, even though you have tax-based growth, it's significant debt. And so therefore you're using more pennies to pay new debt and less to prepay old debt. Compare that to the next row where it says INS tax rate with 3-cent INS transfer. And that INS rate goes from 46.5 cents to 43.5 cents. And you can see that by shifting fewer pennies to the M&O side, you would have more cash to continue paying off debt early. That's the policy discussion to be had. But the point of this matrix is to say that in either scenario, for a 3 to 5 year period, there is excess INS revenue that the district and board could say we want to use to prepay debt. So the ability to do that doesn't go away over the next 3 years. It's a different amount depending on the tax rate discussion that you have and ultimately decide to take to voters with. Particular to the defeasance that we will bring at the March 24th meeting, again, as Elaine mentioned, we have often paired this in the past with a refunding. However, the district does not currently have debt that's callable this year. And so the way that you refinance non-callable debt is through what's called a taxable refunding. And we want that to be really efficient. And where Treasury rates have gone over the past 2 months, there is still savings, but it isn't quite as efficient as we generally like, versus waiting to the call date and refunding that on a tax-exempt basis. As Elaine mentioned, we have to use the cash this fiscal year, and therefore the defeasance is very efficient. It is simply depositing cash into an escrow account to eliminate debt from Leander ISD's books. By doing that with $39 million of cash, you would eliminate $67.5 million in future capital appreciation bond debt service. So that's a big savings. The reason it's so significant is because getting to this next page, we're focused on defeasing the earliest callable capital appreciation bonds that you have outstanding. So the earliest callable, highest cost debt that we can defease. And so this is a graph that shows the list of bonds that we are targeting with cash to defease. And they're all what we call capital appreciation bonds, again, premium cabs that were issued as compounding interest rate bonds and are expensive debt. So again, $39 million yields you $67 million in future value savings, roughly $29 million on a present value basis. It's a very efficient transaction. Professional costs are a fraction of a bond refunding. If you approve the resolution the next board meeting, we make that deposit to the escrow agent, and that savings is immediately realized in terms of budgetary savings on a going forward basis. So defeasances are a tool in your tool belt that allows us to continue to prepay high cost cabs and manage the growth and plan for capacity for future bond elections. These next two slides, I guess I'll call them my show my work slides. They're small, hard to read. The point in all this is that, and what we've done is we've modeled over a multiple year period what new debt service looks like, what defeasances look like. I wouldn't try to read too closely because it will be hard on your eyes. But I will just say, going back to this slide, which is probably the most important, in either new money scenario, in either bond scenario, whether it's 3 or 5 cents, we believe you can afford under reasonable tax-based growth assumptions $1.2 billion in new money plus the $200 million you already have authorized. At a 5-cent scenario, it certainly gets tighter in future years in terms of the ability to prepay debt kind of will go away in 2026, whereas with a 3-cent scenario, you retain some cushion. So that's the policy discussion for you all, but certainly from a can we afford $1.4 billion in new money over a 26-year or 7-year issuance period, the answer is yes. the higher amount that you take away from INS pennies and shift to M&O, that helps your M&O budget, but it will also reduce the ultimate flexibility on debt repayment.
I have a question. Oh, right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I have a question, sorry.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at this, let me make sure I can say this correctly. When we do, let's say, assume we do a switch of an M&O and an IS, we do the Vader and that happens, and now our INS amount is not getting that same capacity or that ability to pay down debt, but you still see the ability for us to issue debt. If the community, CFAC, wants us to call a bond, we could still do that.
Right, yeah, I want to make that clear. This model has embedded those bond issuance amounts in the amount of $1.4 billion between now and 2028.
With no need to increase the INS rate.
That's right.
Okay.
And that is the important point, because we're modeling this to keep the rate at 41.5. If we somehow went to election in 27 and 41 cents wouldn't service what that election is looking like, you always have the option to move the 41.5 up, but we're trying to show we can issue new debt staying at the 41.5 and not having to raise the tax rate with a new election.
No, I appreciate seeing it this way. I think as we get recommendations back from CFAC and the bond committee, there'll be a discussion of, do we need debt, or do we want to say we want to increase 0.01% or whatever? That's a different discussion. Right now, just to be able to know that we could still honor that commitment if we go out to bond again, if we wanted to say no increase in debt, and that's where we ended up going, and that's where we decided was the right thing, that we could do it. We weren't tying our hands, is important. So thank you for showing that.
Yeah, and not only can we issue new debt, but we can continue to defease and refinance debt if necessary, because there's still additional cash on hand, as you showed in that chart.
Right, yeah. Our model also does not rely on refinancing savings at this point. So that's the other arrow in your quiver.
Were there any other slides?
What's that?
Was there another slide? Did I cut you off?
No, just the hard to read slides.
Okay.
I think, and yeah, the takeaway is just, again, you can afford it under what are, I think, reasonable assumptions for tax-based growth. Your ability to, the excess INS revenue will be minimal in year 5 after if the 5 cent scenario is pursued. So the action item is not tonight, but it's at the March 24th meeting. From a defeasance standpoint, we would bring a resolution that just authorizes us to move forward with a cash deposit to defease certain outstanding capital appreciation bonds.
So if we approve the 5 cents election, when do we meet our goal of the 25% cab or below? Like what year? We still meet our parameters, but what, do you remember the year that happens?
The goal is 25. Do we still?
2025.
It'll still be 2025. Now, you know, to the extent that, you know, and this is just the math, but to the extent that new money is issued in terms of current interest bonds, as the pie of debt grows, you're exchanging current interest bonds for capital appreciation bonds. So that will maybe advance that earlier, but 2025 remains the year that we're looking at in terms of hitting that goal.
Am I right that I heard you say that this 39 million defeasance gets us a long way towards that goal of 25% of cabs? It actually takes off some of those highest paying cabs from 2014, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's the 14D series is a heavily laden cab bond, and it's the earliest callable cab bond, and so that's the most efficient from a defeasance standpoint.
All right, board members, anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Wait, we haven't, something else. We're
Well,
we're noodling.
I'm noodling, and it's a wondering, and I don't want it to throw us into chaos. Yeah, I think I'll wait.
Wanna wait? Okay. She has a wondering, but she'll probably be following up with you. Right, Alexis? Okay. Yeah, making sure. All right. Good? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you very much. That'll conclude that agenda item. And we are now moving into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas government, I don't know what to tell you, to conferences and work, and yeah, it's Texas Government Code. We're going into closed session. It's 9:57 for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment reassignment duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. There will be no action taken in closed. We will come back out to open for any actions. All right, board members, we are back. It is 10:41. We are back in open session. Before I move to our actions pursuant to closed session, I know your laptop's already closed, so next time I'll pull this agenda item up early. The board debrief, it's one-way communication. It goes to administration to talk about our meeting and things we'd like to address. And so fill that out. It goes to administration, and then they work on that from there. The other thing is, when you get done this evening, please don't forget to put a sticky dot on the chart over there. Christine's already ahead. Thank you so much. All right, we will now take any actions from closed session.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for the teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-22 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Sade, second from Anna. Any other? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And there's no more questions. Alexis, are you raising your hand or no? Okay, it's fine. 6 ayes, no nays. Next.
It's the same motion.
Is that it?
It's the same teacher motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we did all the motions. Are we good? Okay. All right, then it is, with no other items before the board, it is 10:42, and we will now adjourn. Oh, wait. I already adjourned. Sean, can I, can I do that? It's not posted. Okay, so correct, and I'll amend my word that we are not adjourned. It is 10:43. We are not adjourned.
It's a different school
And
year.
I need then my other motion. Okay.
Sorry, next time it's a different school year. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
All right.
I'm second, right? You second.
Yes. Motion from Sade. It's been a long 2 weeks, y'all. Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Sean, if we need to end up putting that on our next agenda, let us know. That would be the outcome. As if that motion has to stand, then we have to vote again then at our next meeting. Otherwise, the correction will work. And it is 10:44. There is no other business. Don't forget the sticky dot. Meeting adjourned.